where those drivers may be at the end of the night. And some of the things, we've had some late breaking news as we check some of the driver pairings, the lobs. You may see that you've got Jared Philsell, Brody Kostecki. Now, unfortunately, Brody Kostecki's had to withdraw from tonight, so there's been a late change at lobs. The latest mail that we've got at the moment is Jared Philsell will be teaming up with Geordie Marcon. So as soon as we find out, we don't know who Thomas is going to be driving with at the moment. So that's obviously a little bit of late breaking news there. So not too much of a shake-up. I know this team always performs, and it would have been great to have Brody here, but unfortunately, if you saw the recent round at Hidden Valley, he wasn't well. Now, we're only speculating. We don't know if he's still unwell, unfortunately, but it would have been great to have him here tonight. So all the best, Brody. Hope you're feeling a bit better soon, and we see you back on track, mate. And no doubt he'll be part of the lineup for the other enduro races coming up in the season too. So, of course, that's the Lobs drives. We check out Eclipse as well, because they're obviously a strong pairing and team in the championship points so far. So you can see Matty Bowler, Joe Stewart, Zach Rattray White, Griffin Gardner, Hayden Veld, Cody Deeth, Ryan O'Sullivan and Gina Lutz. So those guys are going to be there or thereabouts tonight. It's going to be a strong lineup of racing no matter what team you're looking at. We'd be here all night if we went through all the driver lineups, but that's just a taste of what we've got to experience tonight. And no doubt everyone pumped for 500 kilometres, 113 laps around Phillip Island. Should be an absolute ripper.
I think a really interesting part, we're probably going to be spending the entire night talking about it as well. Can you just point to those round black things that are on those cars for me?
You mean these things?
Yeah.
You reckon they might be a little bit important tonight?
Mate, critical numbers tonight. So a little bit of a change compared to last year. Last year, we only had ourselves about 121 litres available to us. We were trying to match the real-world supercars. They threw themselves some nice big styrofoam balls into the fuel tank just to restrict that maximum capacity of fuel tank down. This year, that's gone. We are 100% tank size. I love a good number. I love a good stat. In fact, actually, Jay, our producer, and I were sharing stats about cricket this morning. But the big one here from car racing tonight, 100% fuel tank. Well, maximum burn, it's about 3.6 litres, Sandman. That's 37 laps. Well, your co-driver's got to do 38. But the big factor is those round things, the black things that you were pointing to before, unfortunately, they don't last 38 laps if you extract every last ounce of performance out of the car. What do you think the guy's going to do tonight?
You mean drivers have to look after those things?
No, that's not important. No.
But you're right. That is playing on some of the team's minds, because obviously, everyone's got different strengths with co-drivers, and your co-driver is extremely important come endurance time. So, you try and obviously get your co-driver to get their laps over and done with, and then you put in your A driver or your seasoned driver. But yeah, looking after those tyres and going the distance, and then trying to mash that up with fuel and throw in an odd safety car that could come at the wrong time, it could make all sorts of drama.
Walk me through this track map, because the reason that we're actually talking about tyres, it'll become really, really prevalent, is Phillip Island down in Victoria. We know this place like the back of our hands, all of us Australians. If you're joining us from overseas, hello and welcome. You guys might not be as familiar with this place, but we certainly are. Opened on the 15th of December 1952, reopened in 1988. Used to be a massive lap out and around the island, Phillip Island itself, but these days it's locked into the nice little race circuit that we've got compared to what it used to be. But Sandman, those big, long, sweeping corners in a car that, hasn't got all that much down for us.
Yeah, that, and then you could talk about that key tonight where you're trying to look after the tyres. There's some corners that are brutal. Turn one, it's such a fast right-hander. You're putting a lot of pressure on that left front, and then into the southern loop, you're carrying that speed too, putting pressure on the right front, getting into turn 4 into Miller Corner. I mean, how many times, it's almost every broadcast we see that someone takes a little bit of a dive, maybe goes in there a little bit too hot, and always turns into a little bit of Calamity Corner. So they should probably change that to Calamity Corner, because I reckon we're going to see a bit of that tonight. But an amazing racetrack into Siberia, through the hay shed, Lukey Heights, so iconic, down into MG. And that's another point too where we see a lot of drivers trying to get, they might get a little bit frustrated and they try to get past the driver in front, make a late dive up the inside there, and there's always a chance for contact at turn 10. So absolute ripper of a racetrack. Glad it's on our calendar. A little bit sad actually that it's not going to be in the real world for MotoGP much longer.
Well, yeah. Look, let's have our debates about MotoGP in a little bit. We might actually have some downtime on air. Whether or not MotoGP riders are actually going to survive around the Adelaide Street Circuit is a completely and utterly separate debate. Right. Top 10 in terms of the points championship, you talked about it. The big thing as well is that Gilliam actually opened that margin up last time out at Mexico City. But have a look at Ryan O'Sullivan. He had to claw his way back through, was co-driver to Ethan Grigault last year throughout the True Force Endurance Cup. So he was second fiddle. This year, he's not. He's had to go searching for a co-driver, and, well, he's going to hope that all the stars align for him tonight. That will give him every opportunity to try and challenge. Now, that debate for the top 10, it's somewhat sort of important. This one is the critical one. For the first time in our series' history, we are going final series racing. Now, the big thing about the Endurance Cup, double points at each of the next 3 rounds. 500 kilometres tonight, 500 kilometres from Sandown in a few weeks' time, 1,000 kilometres of Bathurst. Lots of points on the table. That means that this picture will change massively. You have a bad round somewhere in the middle of that. That could be the difference between the top 20 and a free ticket back into next year and being on the outside. But the thing is, that top 20 debate will go down to the last race. The debate that will not go down to the last race, if you sit outside of that bubble, is the championship picture. Why? Top 16, final series bound, a little bit of a championship fluster and explosion. But the thing is, we're going to be eliminating 4 drivers a race heading into that final series as well. We're going to be eliminating guys. So when we get to that last round of the championship, there's only a couple there to play for it.
Don't you love it? The series is tough enough with some of the best sim drivers in Australia. And then you've got to throw in the mix that these guys have a bubble to race for as well. So that's going to be very, very interesting, and something that we'll definitely be keeping an eye on, especially through the Endurance Cup. But look at the outside, look at in Madison down P19, still trying to make that top 16 bubble. And we've noticed that a couple of drivers aren't in. I believe Bradley Ratu, who's sitting currently P17, he's not in tonight. And Wayne Walker in 29th, he's not in tonight. So drivers like that who are going to miss tonight's round at a double points round, that is going to hurt just that little bit more.
The critical factor is 75% race distance before you can actually score points. And a reminder, it's the minimum of 75%. So 113 laps by 75%. 75% is going to be 85 laps required to get home. Well, we've walked through a few of the driver pairings here tonight. How about some more of them? The Chiefs Esports Club, and a little bit of a different look to some of the drivers from this one. Reminder that Dylan Rudd and James Scott were a part of this Chiefs Esports Club last year. This year, they've been paired up alongside of Bo Albert and Robbie Gibbs for every of the main game drives, but co-drivers needed to be found for these ones. Ryan Mueller and Thomas Freeman will step in behind the wheel for Bo Albert and Robbie Gibbs. Will Buchanan will be there to be alongside of James Scott, although there was some chatter about whether or not that one would come together. And I believe there's a little bit of debate about who will be sitting alongside of Dylan Rudd here tonight. There's been a lot of shuffling today. I can tell you, Dylan Rudd's co-driver is not eligible to be participating tonight. It will be changed for Ken Latta. So that will not be Kobe Jones, it'll be Ken Latta. That was a very last-minute swap. I can't recall an endurance race that we've done over the last 3 years whereby drivers have changed on the day of, like this many, because there's been about 3 or 4 of them that have swapped today.
Yeah, and sometimes maybe as late as within the last hour or two, you know. So, yeah, it's a bit of a line ball, isn't it? But, you know, obviously everyone wants to bring their A game. And, yeah, when you hear those last-minute changes, it does put up the hairs on the back of your neck a little bit.
Damon Woods picked up his first ever championship race win last time out at Mexico City. Seth Brown will be handed the co-driver duties for car number 56. What will Seth be able to bring us on board that one? Damon will be hoping it will be a taste of success. But this is also off to the Synergy Sim Racing paddock as well. I believe Brenton Hobson and Brady Baldwin will not be in contention here tonight. Look for them in the next 2 rounds of this calendar. Tom Ferrer will be joined by Billy Mole. Dylan Pereira will be joined by Dylan O'Shea and the All Dylan 61. Blake Warboys will have Sean McNamara alongside of him, and Adam Briggs and Jordan Ross. So the 2 veterans step into cars 63 and 72 as the co-driver rolls. So wiser heads will be hoping to prevail out of those guys. They're certainly quick enough to still be in the series, but elected to both of those guys to take a little bit of a backward step and a supportive seat. But it's this one. Have a look at the different names of all the drivers that have won over the years at this place. And the big thing is, you know, when I was doing stats and things for this round, we've only actually held 1 endurance race here before, and it's only been in the Gen 3.
Well, there you go. But have a look at the names that we've got there over the last few years too. So one thing is guaranteed, though. Unfortunately, the pairings of Phil Sell and Kostecki won't be going back to back. So, but Yeah, look at those names. Brady Myers, you've got Burton and Phillip back in 2023. Jake Burton gone for it in 2024. And then, of course, like I said, Phillip Kostecki. So, yeah, it's a cracking race, and looking forward to seeing these cars on track tonight. It's going to be awesome.
Righto, 50 seconds worth of practice remaining. If you're a main game driver, you're either out on the track having one final crack at doing a qualifying lap. Brady Myers has got it done in the practice session so far. Griffin Gardner's going to come through. Here comes the endurance liveries as well, Sandman. This is also the other part of the best part of the year, is the opportunity to have a look at some different liveries. With the Eclipse livery, taking a little bit of that approach of the Chico roll entry that we've seen at Bathurst and Enduros in years gone by for Erebus Motorsports, and Griffin Gardner behind the wheel at the moment, having a big old stab. He'll be partnering off alongside of Zach Rattray White at the moment.
Yes,
car 17.
Cracking liveries, mate. I've seen a couple that are going to debut for Sandown. I'm so pumped for a couple of them that I've already seen and can't wait to see them on track. But you're right. I think that's one of the exciting things about our series, is that we get to mess with our liveries and bring back some good memories of certain times have gone by. So looking forward to seeing what's on track tonight. And of course, when we head to Sandown.
Here we go, ladies and gents. The results from practice are now in the book. That is what the times look like for now. But this is where push comes to shove. They're about to fire off 20 minutes worth of qualifying to come your way from the island, where the breeze itself blows off the Antarctic. It whizzes its way over the sea and finds its way into Phillip Island in Victoria. It will put the shivers down your spine. If the rain picks up, oh boy, does it get frosty. And at the moment, you have got to have yourself a frosty temperament to get this one done in these conditions at what is probably one of the most critical junctures of the year. Stuff this one up and you start the Endurance Cup on the back foot. Get it right, and all of a sudden a little bit of pressure comes off of that co-driver. There is no other sport anywhere across the globe in terms of motor racing whereby a primary driver has to hand over to a co-driver and rely on them. Endurance racing, well, it's normally endurance racing the whole year round. How many times anyone else across the globe, NASCAR doesn't do it, they have to do drivers in the middle of the race. IndyCar doesn't have to do it. Porsche Cup racing, yeah, a little bit when they go to some of their endurance races, maybe the Nürburgring Endurance Challenge, but at that point in time, it's always endurance racing. These guys that are about to see in qualifying trim, they've got a co-driver that's sitting there, that's helping them, that's practicing, preparing with them. When else does that happen?
I love it. I think it's so unique for the sport, and to put the trust that you've got of, a possible championship that you're trying to clinch in the hands of another driver. It can be absolutely nerve-wracking. I've done a little bit of endurance racing, and it's always heart-and-mouth stuff when you take a break and you're away from the sim, and you come back and your either car's doing well or your car's not doing great. Or unfortunately, sometimes it's in the barrier and it's a smouldering wreck. So hopefully none of these drivers will see that tonight. But that's the chance that we take when we go endurance racing.
Damon Woods is now first bite at the cherry, fresh off a whole run of form last time out at Mexico City. The car 56 is looking nice, agile. Look at that front group of 5 that are all out there punching around together. I believe Andrew Gilling will be the next car that's in the queue as well, the Lobs Esports entry. Don't want to pinch a brake, don't want to make a mistake early on. 20 minutes worth of qualifying, it will whip by in a heartbeat. Somewhere around about 10 to 13 laps you'll have the opportunity to try and do. Ryan O'Sullivan will be behind the wheel of car 74. What a standout performance on his return to the series as well. I think that was one of the ones that we had out there. Oh, and by the way, I was chatting to some of the Eclipse guys earlier on in the day. That cool temp on the back rear corner, that's Sully's business as well. So he has got a little bit more than personal pride and personal glory. It's the team he's supporting as well.
That's brilliant. It's good to see. And there's actually a couple of, homegrown names that are in our sport that are being sponsors on cars, which is just brilliant to see. I mean, I think about it, how I think, we'd be in a popular series racing like this and we've got genuine sponsors on board. Just brilliant.
First lap times in the bank. Damon Woods will put a banger in. Nice and early. Emily Jones will rocket to the top of qualifying early on. Gilliam's there and thereabouts. And Brad Newman surges up the order as well. The way that one's called. Somebody's an early diver back into pit lane. Didn't get the lap together first to the last. On the inside of the 10. But we watch. We wait. Jared Philsell's only been able to go second best. 500ths away. And at the moment, the in-sim time is just after 10:30 a.m. in-sim, so the track will continue to heat up from here.
Josh Anderson's gone P1. Have a look at those times, though. Absolutely nothing in it for the top 5. I mean, it go back further too, but just a brilliant start there for Anderson, Madison down, Brady Myers, all those TTR guys, and Jake Burton up there as well. TTR in the fold at the moment, and that's a good outlap for those guys.
Be very happy with that one. The fact that it pipped Jared Philsell by 1.8 tenths effectively. Downs right there in amongst it. Robbie Gibbs as well, up and inside the top 7. Burton, Griffin Gardner, Rattray White not behind the wheel at the moment. Griffin obviously stepping away, taking a little bit of a back seat in 2026 in terms of running in Logitech G V8 Pro Invitational. But that enables him to come on board as a co-driver and focus.
Well, this is going to be a little bit of a rinse and repeat. You'll go out, do your hot lap, and you'll be straight back in. You can see every car that's already punched out a decent time, straight back in the lane, new set of Dunlops, and they'll go again, because obviously you want the freshest rubber at the right time. Still just under 15 minutes to go in qualifying, so a lot of time to play out, but it does tick away fairly quickly when you sort of out, do a lap, come back in, out, do a lap, come back in. So couple of drivers probably didn't get their first lap as well as they would have liked. There's a lot of people like Sam Blacklock dead last, nearly 9 seconds off the pace. So things obviously didn't go right for him, but plenty of time to make it up.
Just having a quick look through the circle as well. I don't think Thomas McMillan's necessarily having anyone jump on board to assist him tonight. And that will mean that he will be forced effectively to sacrifice his co-driver to help Jared Philsell. So that's unfortunate. Well, that is the way that the breaks go sometimes. Sure, he'll be back in action from Sandown.
If they want someone to run rear of field, I'm sure I could. I'm a great rear of grid driver. Fantastic.
I believe the term is field fill for you.
Yeah, a pleb with no talent, just stick him in the seat and watch him go slow.
Mate, if somebody else is paying for the fuel and the tyres, you really don't care too much, do you?
Yeah, that's right. That's right. I'll gladly show everyone I've got no talent.
Stay behind the microphone, mate. It's a fair bit safer up here.
Absolutely.
You know the one thing I haven't heard you say, and it goes on the bingo card just about each and every year, is buy a ticket to the end. How long before we get our first buy a ticket to the end?
Well, I guarantee it's going to happen tonight. We've already crunched some of the numbers. We know what our critical lap's going to be. So, and that's what these drivers will do a lot to do. And like you said, the importance of these tyres here around Phillip Island, that's exactly what they're going to be doing. So I won't say it just yet, but it is coming. Don't worry about that. We might have to make a bingo card for Bathurst.
Might have to. We'll list the aid of some drivers and people behind the scenes that are certainly strong to assist us. In the meantime, round number 2 of having a crack at qualifying. At the moment, William Sapstead is up and in the mix, certainly trying to put a lap together. And how good does the Kmart car look? Doesn't quite look right sitting on a Chevy, does it? Kmart Commodore. It's not necessarily the same feeling, but it does evoke a feeling of years gone by.
Looks brilliant. That's off, mate. That looks really good.
Run down in here to the hairpin. I heard a brake lock up just in the back, and it was Emily Jones who skates wide at the hairpin in car number 51. You can see her off the track at the back of that shot. And that will be a second lap abort for Emily Jones. And at the moment, she is doing her best to absolutely jump right out of the way and not impede anyone else's laps, and that's what's required. For the meantime, for everyone else, they'd see her on the grass, and it just catches the edge of your vision. You've got to stay focused in that moment.
Yeah, absolutely. She might not be on track or near you, but yeah, you're right. It's so easy to get distracted by seeing someone do the absolute right thing is get out of the way, and it can distract you. I think the good thing that she's got going for her, obviously she's She's P2 in the timesheets for the moment, so she's got that as a good backup plan. She'll bounce back.
Well, for now, Josh Anderson led the way. On the first time of asking, track temps come up half a degree when they fire down the front straight away. Once more, second time through, but does Phil Sell improve? 31.176 was his first lap time. Sorry, no, that is going to be his second lap time. He will improve just fractionally. Jumps ahead of Emily Jones. One spot further up at the timing tower, but that first lap from Anderson looks phenomenal at the moment. Madison down. Out of the second last corner, down to turn number 12. He will try and get the car tipped in. Car just ahead of him misses the apex at the final corner. And now it's sit back, watch the timing charts and relax. Down is in fourth position, looking for an improvement on 31. Turn 31 flat. Goes to the front row.
But he was almost positioned perfectly coming off that last turn. He was just enough behind the car in front of him. He grabbed that little bit of toe, took him to the line, and it's a TTR 1, 2, 3 for the moment.
Lots of work put in for this round, and it's paying off at the moment. It was Andre Youssef on board car number 900 that was just ahead of Madison Down as we come out of there. So that little bit of loss of the tip-in point at the final corner would have certainly hurt him. This is probably a good opportunity to jump on board with probably Damon Woods at the moment. Just have a look at what the pit lane entry is going to look like throughout the night, because this will be critical. There's going to be at least 3 stops required. There's going to definitely be more than that, though. I would expect most of them are going to do 4 stops. And this line right here, we have seen penalties just about every year we've been here, because that pit lane entry, it's narrow, and sometimes the car ahead of you brakes a little bit early, and you've got 2 options: run at the back of them or dodge to the grass. And often dodging to the grass, you're never going to pull the car up in time.
Yeah, and how many times we've seen too with that pit lane entry, you touch the grass, you get a little bit sideways and squirrely, and you miss your braking mark or whatever the point might be. So that's always a bit of a concern too, and you always obviously want to try and carry as much speed into the pit lane as you can. And but it's catch-22. You go a little bit wide, you touch the grass, it could make things very interesting.
But now, Brian Borg steps into the series. I believe he'll be partnering alongside of Jack Witters for this round on board car 017. Have a crack at an opportunity for the Mustang Mods boys to... Sorry, my apologies. It's Jason Bentz who'll be partnering up alongside of here tonight as they make their way down into the hairpin. My apologies. Jack Witters is out there alongside of Tom Bewley. By the way, the interesting note on board of this one is Tom Bewley is the guy that owns the Porsche Cup. There's been a massive moment on pit lane exit. I've got about 4 cars who have just made huge contact, and one of them is Tom Freer, who has got a massive mark on the rear end of his car. And you know what? It was Jacob O'Reilly was on a hot lap, and he exited pit lane straight across in front of him.
No, is that motor? Has he killed the motor, or it's weird that he hasn't sort of plucked reverse and just spun it, because there's enough room there where you can pull reverse and just turn it round on the grass.
Well, I've got the yellow flashing light on the rear end of that car.
It's got a replay.
There's an issue.
OG gear replay. It joins. Oh, that's bad. That's poor. I mean, he really, yeah, look at that right rear is absolutely plucked out of it. So that thing's destroyed. That could be his qualifying session one.
Yeah, Jacob O'Reilly, the issue for Jacob O'Reilly was he was just starting a hot lap. So that's effectively impacted his ability to put qualifying times together. So that will be a problem. There'll be enough time for O'Reilly to get back out there and have another crack, but he'd literally just started. That car's still there.
I don't know if the stewards have something to say to that too, because that was pretty bad that he came out of the pits and unfortunately just collected someone. I mean, you've only got so much room where you've got to rejoin the racetrack anyway, but yeah.
At the point of collision, O'Reilly was doing 268 kilometres an hour, 270 kilometres an hour compared to 175 k's. So the cars are coming out a pit lane, and Freya goes, I've got to get out of this, guys. Enter turn 1.
You can see what he was thinking. He's like, I need to get out of the way, but unfortunately he just hasn't timed it, and that's heavy contact.
I wonder whether or not Freya might have hurt himself as well. Just, there is obviously, the biggest benefit of this place is that, you know, it is simulated, but you can rip a steering wheel out of somebody's hands. And if you are gripping it tightly, but on the way out of pit lane, somebody missed entry there to Lukey Heights.
Those cars?
Yeah.
But yeah, you're right. I mean, the steering wheels are getting stronger and stronger, and it's so easy that if you make heavy contact, it's not unusual that some drivers, might sprain a wrist or, get finger damage or something if a wheel gets plucked out of your hand. So yeah, it's not unheard of.
Brad Newman is trying to go through and settle up, but fired off to the right-hand side. Jake Burton will jump up in the 7th spot.
Damon Woods improved. He jumped into P6.
A little bit of shaking. This will be about the furthest back that Jared Philsell's ever started a race from Phillip Island at the moment, P5. And again, late co-driver swaps mean, there's a few extra elements there. They will be looking to minimise Geordie Macron's time on board car 94 tonight. Of that, you can be certain. So it'll be a 38-lap stint. Well, cast your mind back a couple of years ago. Do you remember that, actually it was last year, wasn't it, from Jerez? And we spoke to the Lobs boys after the race, and they said we actually hadn't done a long run all the way out on the fuel. We blew tyres and we just didn't know we were going to do that. I do wonder whether or not they have done 38 laps on the tyre yet.
That's a name I was worried about. It was Gilliam, obviously our championship leader coming in tonight. He was P17, so now he's got up to P8, which is a vast improvement, obviously, and hopefully he goes a little bit better. He'll get one more run out of this with 5 minutes to go. But, yeah, wasn't expected to see our championship leader that far back.
Very interesting to note as well, was that 40 cars covered by 9/10 of a second?
Don't you know it?
Mate, that's why they're close. That's why we're up here.
That's exactly why we're up here.
Yeah. Both of us would be a minimum of at least 2 seconds further back, so.
Just how's the garbage on the racetrack too, where the drivers are entering pit lane. There's a heap of marbles and gravel that have just been seen right almost as you turn in, so it looks like someone's had a bit of a moment and they've decided to dive straight into pit lane, but they brought all that garbage on the racetrack. Have a look at this paint scheme, buddy. This looks the goods.
I've seen a few shots of this behind the scenes in the lead up to it, but Lachlan Cable, guess what? His co-driver tonight will be Dan Yeaman as well. He's one of our broadcasting colleagues from years gone by.
Mate, I saw that paint scheme and I thought that was only debuting at Sandown. So I'm stoked that it's here tonight. That's a brilliant looking car.
What's Stenny been up to over the last week? Probably whinging, complaining, not being necessarily all that happy with his race car, or has he been feeling quite good about it?
I haven't been in the stable, to be honest. So, as you can see from our driver cam, he's always up on the wheel, probably a little bit further back than he would have liked, but still time to improve on that. But the one thing, look at him, look how committed he is. I just love his camera and just to see how focused and determined he is. He gets up on the wheel, turns it in. You can see him always hard at work. He wants to improve on P32. Now it looks like he's going to start his hot lap now. Thankfully he's dodged a couple of cars on pit exit. A little bit of a wiggle on the wheel. Always a good indication when you watch these driver cams just to see how you get a real understanding of how their car's behaving. Because if they're jerking on that wheel, they're obviously fighting it a little bit and struggling. So you can see he's got a little bit of traffic in front of him for the moment. Hopefully they can see what's going on and they get out of the way. So a couple do here. He's still got a couple into the hairpin. Can always be that distracting, and you can see it's actually a teammate that's got out of the way there too, so that's nice. So even if they don't get in your way and hold you up, it can be a huge distraction just knowing that you've got cars around you that you've got to get past.
And sometimes you just appear at an awkward spot on the lap as well. It just happens. That's just part of qualifying in this series. You are out there and you've got to put the lap together. There's only one person that matters at this point in time. And it's the guy behind the steering wheel. There's another bit of traffic trying to jump out of its way, and they're trying to prep for their final roll of the dice. As we get underneath 2.5 minutes left in the qualifying session for the first of our 500-kilometre races for the year. For Stenberg, 32nd on the grid at the moment. There's an opportunity here to try and find a little bit of something else. Wiggles, crawls all over the road. There's enough time. If he bolts tyres on right now and gets back out there, he has just barely got enough time for one more crack. He wasn't up at that point of asking. Rick Kuznetsov will come through, settle up. Brady Myers is P4 at the moment. He will start his final flying lap of the session. Maloney is the outlier from that stable at the moment. How about Luke Rosella? He always comes to goods when we jump into in the Endurance Cup end of the year.
Gilliam was coming off that last corner. And see, he's probably starting a lap now. Sapstead, he's moved into 16th. Good change of fortune for Madison Down. He's had a year to forget so far. So I think he'd be quite stoked at the moment.
Madison Down moves up into second spot as well. So there's speed. Still on board. No, that's that earlier lap, wasn't it?
Yeah.
He'll start one more flying lap. Mazzaroli's not going to find enough speed to have a crack at this one. Andre Yusuf jumps out of the way. Is he trying to prep for a lap? That was a car on the one through the Lukey Heights. He'll be okay. Rivera on the run at the moment to the final couple of corners. He'll try and build. You just wonder, is he going to dive in the lane? No, he's going to certainly have a crack at it. Capel's the car just ahead of him. These two would have been teammates last year. Not anymore. Now they're on the different sides of the fence. Still supported by the Logitech logos on both sides. For Rivera, does improve fractionally to a 420. Angus Lawford.
Scotty went to third.
That lap's come out of nowhere.
Yeah. The attitude coming out of that last corner. You want to get on the throttle as quick as you can. Short to the line. Can he improve on P33?
Looking like from that lap, yeah.
Right.
Yep, Mads' qualifying is done, and the checkered flag has now flown on the first qualifying session of Endurance Cup season. Burton's in the lane. Best he will start as P9. I'm not seeing a lot of drivers on improved laps at this point in time. Warboys will dive in and out of the way. Bo Albert's not going to improve either. Jacob O'Reilly, after finding Tom Freer, whilst attempting to start a flyer, has not been able to make much of that session. James Chastaneff with an opportunity at the back end here. He will try and set the best lap time remaining to him. That's just about going to be it. Phil Sell only good enough for 6th fastest. When was the last time you said that?
I wasn't expecting. I didn't have on the bingo card that Lobs wouldn't be inside the top 5. And how's the turnaround for TTR? They got 4 out of the 5 cars in the top 5, and James Scott's just jumped in there to spoil the party for him. So a good change of fortune for TTR coming into Phillip Island. But Jared Philsell and Andrew Gilliam, a little bit further down than they would have liked, but hey, it's endurance racing. Long way to go. 500 kilometres. I don't think they're too concerned just at this stage.
I think the tough thing is in this series and in this car and the package is how difficult it is to overtake. One of the best things about Lobs obviously has been their car pace over the longest period at the moment, but even more impressive than their raw speed has actually been their ability to look after the tyre as well. So you look at 6th place for Jared Filson, and you're just like, yeah, that's probably nothing to be concerned about. They'll be more concerned about their long run pace, I think, and getting the strategy right. And boy, didn't they get the strategy right last year as well. Righto, ladies and gentlemen, this is it. Confirmation of your starting grid. Just a hair outside of 1 minute 31 flat. Josh Anderson gets the job done for pole position. Boy, isn't he having a year to remember at the moment as well, after a couple of big results from Mustang Cup in the real world as well. We apologise for the car images at the moment. They actually aren't the correct paints, and we'll get those fixed if we possibly can. Technical gunner. There we go. How good about that? So Anderson's going to get a job done for pole position. He'll be lining up alongside of teammate Madison Down on that front row. Car 36 and 77 will be ones to keep an eye on throughout proceedings. It was Josh Anderson and Jake Burton that challenged Phil Sell and Kostecki last year for the win in the final run of the flag. James Scott improves and starting to find a little bit of a turnaround for car 088 at a P3. Brady Myers was only 1,000th of a second behind for P4 on the grid. Rehan Leonage is going to be on board of car 51 to start this race by the look of things, so they're going to go a little bit off strategy for car 51 and Emily Jones. Jared Philsell only good enough for 6th spot. 125 thousandths of a second back from pole position. Again, another margin separated by 1 single thousandth of a second inside of that top 10. Damon Woods gets in for 7th spot on the grid. Jaden Ojeda will be starting car 201 alongside of him. We'll get back to the final row inside of the top 10 with Jake Burton manages to climb his way in there. Zach Rattray White for car number 17 will start as the last car inside the top 10. The top 10 covered by only 17 hundredths of a second. Moving back to Robbie Gibbs, first car outside of the 10 and 11th spot, and Ryan O'Sullivan will line up alongside of him. Two guys that'll certainly be keen for a little bit of speed and a little bit of a climb, particularly with two co-drivers starting ahead of them. Matthew Bowler will start at a 13th spot, and Jake Maloney will be off alongside of him, making Eclipse Sim Sports and Trans-Tasman row number 7. Blake Warboys returns to the series in 2026 for himself. He was one of the better co-drivers in the grid last year, but he'll be starting off alongside of Richie Stanaway. Will be starting car number 55. Again, another one of those cars that's looking to go fractionally off strategy. Hayden Veld will be out of 17th spot, and he'll be lining up alongside of William Sapstead on board for car number 81. Back inside the last row, inside the top 20, will be Angus Lawford as the main game car for his car. Car 83 will have Brody Sentence behind the wheel for car number 83. Sam Blacklock will position the car just outside of the top 20, and it'll be all Orbit Drop Bear stable for the 11th row of the grid, 21st and 22nd spot. Both the main game drivers starting there. Jordan Mazzaroli will line up alongside of Dylan Pereira for row number 12. We'll get back outside of the 25, which we will find Marcelo Rivera will be lining up alongside a teammate, Ethan Grieg-Galt, who will be jumping in for the first time ever as a co-driver. A little bit of timing not necessarily going Ethan's way, so it lines up alongside as a co-driver for this year. Jake O'Reilly will be lining up alongside of him on row number 13. Again, another one separated by thousandths of a second. How many margins have we seen so far through the grid? This has been incredibly tight in terms of qualifying. Row number 14 in 27th spot is going to be car 990 of Dylan Rudd. Will line up on the inside of this one. Ryan Bettes, the superstar back a couple of rounds ago in the wet, will be lining up alongside of him on that 14th row of the grid. And the last couple cars inside of the 30 are going to be car number 92 for Rain Campbell, which looks phenomenal in those colours alongside of Russell Pepperell in the Trans-Tasman 027. Bo Albert, a long, long way down the field, and I just get the feeling he's not necessarily enjoying sim racing at the moment, finding it a little bit difficult to get time in and get himself motivated. We'll line up alongside of Adam Briggs on board of the SSR number 72. Move a little bit further back to the 17th row of the grid. We'll find Josh Horton and Kurt Stenberg. Before we get back to the 18th row of the grid, we'll find car number 41 and Tom Frere. We're wondering whether or not there will be a penalty coming that way. And Ryan Jones will line up alongside of him. Back on 19th row of the grid will be Andre Youssef lining up alongside of James Chasnoff, with both of the main game drivers lining up here. Last drivers inside of the 40 is going to be Brad Newman ahead of Jason Bentz, who will be one of the co-drivers lining up on board car 017. Outside of the 40 will be the final row of the grid will be Tom Bewley, who will start things off alongside of Daniel Poulton. Now, there is the entry of car 248 into the server, which was for Thomas McMillan, but he will not be joining us here this evening. Unfortunately, no co-driver to go his way. But here we go, ladies and gents. It's time to have a chat to our drivers. I'm going to start off by chatting to pole position and car number 36, and I believe it's going to be Josh Anderson. Sorry, just give us one moment, ladies and gents, as we're going to go ahead and grab these guys. Actually, might go ahead and grab Forzen El Nabi, who's going to be his co-driver for the start of this one. Forzen, mate, you've been picked up and asked to do co-driver duties this time out. Josh Anderson's managed to put the thing on pole position. Does that all of a sudden raise the amount of work that you've got to do and a little bit of the nerves, or does that settle things because you know you've got quite a quick hot rod?
I think it's a bit settling, just because Josh has obviously done a great job. He's put it on pole. The car seems very fast, so that's very good. Yeah, it's also awesome to be driving a TTR car, so yeah, it's definitely bucket list stuff. Yeah, it's just a matter of doing the job of the co-driver, and yeah, I'm pretty sure I've done a few laps around here, so I reckon we should be going all right.
Mate, you've driven alongside a whole bunch of different drivers over several. You've been in and around this circuit for a long, long period of time. When you line up alongside of Josh Anderson, what's a few words that come to mind to describe his approach to everything?
Yeah, he's pretty full on, which is something I appreciate because he's very passionate. So yeah, it's awesome to be driving with someone like that. Obviously, he's got a lot of real life experience as well, which is, yeah, it's a privilege to be driving alongside someone like him. So yeah, I'm sure he'll do a good job tonight, and yeah, I'll do my job as well, and I'm sure we'll come out with a good result.
Mate, just grab Josh Anderson as well, mate, sitting on pole position, shortest run down to turn number 1. Mate, first and foremost, how's the practice starts been feeling?
Yeah, good, mate. Yeah, it's always like it's a pretty low grip track here at Phillip Island, so just be nice and gentle off the line and walk it away, and yeah, try and get a good start and control the race from the front.
Obviously, the car's just feeling mega quick in terms of qualifying trim. Race trim, you guys were reasonably good, but only good enough for sort of second best last year. Has there been a little bit of tightening up, a little bit of improvement? And obviously, I'd say the confidence is quite high at the moment.
Yeah, of course. It's good to know we're not fully washed after our performance at Mexico, which was nothing short of disgraceful. But yeah, we've obviously been putting in a bit more effort for Phillip Island. It's a track we know and we love, and the Enduros sort of we all get on and do some more laps. It's tricky, right, when you got full-time jobs and all the things we do to pay the bills. But yeah, we're feeling fairly confident. Just try and have a good race. I've got a great co-driver. I've been a huge fan of Forzan for a long time, so it's cool to finally drive with him. And yeah, looking forward to a good race.
Mate, keep representing us as well as you keep doing out in the real world, and I'm looking forward to giving you a high five when we get to catch up at some point in time. So go hard,
thanks,
have fun, and hopefully we'll be chatting to you in 500 kilometers time.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks, boys.
Righto, Sandman's taken the very short walk down to the second row, still the front row of the grid, but the outside, and having a chat with co-driver on board car 77, Lee Ellis.
Lee, mate, TTR certainly picked up their game as we were just hearing from Josh. I mean, it's so good. The top 5, we got 4 cars in the top 5 and sitting P2 at the moment with Madison down, buddy.
Lee might have walked away, He's going to have a bit of a nervous week, do you reckon?
Let's grab his boss in Madison down. Madison, we were trying to have a chat with Lee, but I think he might have taken a little break. We're going to be quick because we know we've got just over a minute and a half to go. But P2, good bounce back for TTR, mate, here at Phillip Island.
Yeah, nice to have some speed after what was a pretty disappointing last round. So yeah, we always tend to be pretty quick here, and nice to see so many TTR cars up the front. Nice
turn of events, mate. The top 5, 4 in the top 5. That must breathe a little bit of sigh of relief for you.
Yeah, absolutely. We just got to try and get the job done in the race. We haven't had many good results, especially in my car this year. We're only just sitting inside the cut line in the points, so need a really strong enduro season. So hopefully we can keep this race clean and finish somewhere in the pointy end.
Right, mate. We'll let you go and concentrate. 1 minute to go before we go green flag. So all the best, buddy, and we'll talk to you after the race, hopefully.
Thank you.
So there you go, Scotty. TTR front row, and nice bounce back for those guys. And now they settle themselves in for 500 kilometres racing. And, there's plenty of chariots down there behind them that would love to spoil the party for TTR.
Mate, certainly there would. 40 seconds to grid start. I reckon Lee's walked away for a little bit of a break just before he gets ready to go. If you were sitting on that front row of the grid, like we said, shortest run down to turn number 1. It's the easiest in terms of trying to get the car pulled up because you probably don't need to put the foot on the brake all that hard. For everybody else, it's a challenge. And that critical number tonight, tank length, 37 laps. You save yourself 100 mils worth of fuel, you can make it 38 laps. Will the tyres last? You need to do 57 laps at a maximum with one driver in the car concurrently. You've got to clear 38 laps for your co-driver. How do you put it all together? For V8 Supercars from Phillip Island, the revs will rise. 500 kilometres, 1,000 kilometres to come from Bathurst. The first 2 stanzas are away on the run down to turn number 1. Looks like Phil's still got a reasonable getaway. He's the best of the front 6. He's going to look to go up the inside 3 wide. He's already trying to get down the inside of Anderson. Anderson did not get away. Anderson and Myers are into each other. Turn 1, lap 1. Confidence levels. We talk. He said he was good on the start. It's not going to be that good. Phil Del goes switch from 6th to 2nd, and Madison down back at the pointy end of a supercars race.
Mate, that was a concertina effect. He just put up the inside there, and then unfortunately Anderson got wide, touched the grass, and just slipped off the racetrack. So thankfully he's still pointing in the right direction and rejoined the racetrack. But man, heart and mouth, he's going to make a dive up the inside.
Whoa.
So everyone's still having a red hot go. What a great camera angle as we go into the hairpin, but everyone has survived so far.
There's lots of work to do. Get your head down. Get yourself strapped in. If you're a main game driver and there's a car ahead of you, you are looking to pick them off as quick as you possibly can. But we've got some all-star co-drivers in this field. They're too wide heading through the hay shed. That's absolute bravery on lap number 1. It was Warboys who was looking for a little bit of an opportunity to try and get past someone. He'll have Bowler in the rear view. He's got Ryan O'Sullivan ahead of him. He's in an eclipse sandwich, and Sully was looking down the inside of one of his teammates as well. He was trying to get up the inside of Rattray White. Get yourself settled in. The first lap is the best opportunity to grab yourself a little bit of real estate. And while Jared Philsell's done just that, Anderson has a whole mountain to climb.
Yeah, Anderson's back in 15th position. You see up front, Jared Philsell looking very racy, and it looks like he might be keen to get past on Madison down at the moment. So, mate, some people might say aggressive, that it was aggressive at the start, but it's opportunistic. He saw the gap, he went through there, Jared Philsell, and unfortunately, 3 into the corner just doesn't work. And yes, Anderson will be kicking himself for the start, but unfortunately back in 15th. But the main thing is, he's got a straight race car.
The initial jump was okay. The reaction time was quite good. It was the second phase of that launch. And look at Philsell. He just goes, there's a gap, there's a gap. He was actually on the right-hand side of that shot. He was on the outside ending to turn 1 when he initially launched it, and there's the contact with Myers. He got in too hot. The thing just didn't want to pull up. And now there's work to do. And then that gets your temper up. That gets you a little bit flared. And I can tell you that Anderson on the current lap a little bit deep, and I'm talking a little bit deep, he is out of rhythm and out of sequence already. There is work to do. If they put a lot of work into that qualifying car, and it looks like they did so, Sam, man, they did all the hard yards. But now he's got to do it all over again. That is the challenge.
The beauty bit is, though, now is all they need to do is just tell him over the radio just to calm down, not let it, obviously what's happened. So he's going to make a dive.
Here we go.
Possibly. Oh, Madison down. He's got, so there we go. I said Philsell was looking racy, and sure enough, he's done that. But just to quickly touch on the point, they just need him to calm down. It's a long race, long way to go. Don't have to worry about it just yet. Yes, it's not great, ideal start, but he's still in the race.
Top 5 already starting to walk away from the field, just a fraction. Here's how this move got done. See how late that was. It was basically, he just whacked it at the inside and said, Madison, look, I'm coming through. Do what you can.
And the other end of that too is that the smart heads-up driving by Madison saw him dive, and he's like, you know what, not going to fight him because we don't need to come together. Just gave him the real estate, and look at him right now. He's all over the back there, bumper of Jared Philsell. And James Scott, who had that terrific run in qualifying, he's now in P3 and seeing that all unfolded in front of him. So what a start. Absolute ripper.
Well, belt yourselves in, buckle yourselves in. If you thought there was time to grab popcorn, you probably missed it. They're diving down at the hairpin. I can tell you Rattray White is trying to have a go at this point in time. Car 35 is Jake Burton, and they were just leaning on each other when they got down to the hairpin. Now at Siberia, one of the coldest feeling points of the country. And somehow they wrapped a little bit of a racetrack around it. Now they're going to go side by side through the hay shed. Warboys has got the onboard camera at the moment. And Burton runs a fraction wide and off the track. Sullivan's had the door opened up for him, but it's around the outside at Lukey Heights. This will give him an opportunity. Burton's trying to cover him, gets to the middle of the road, can't quite cover it. Where does Warboys go? Well, Burton created a little bit of space for Ryan O'Sullivan, and he slots in behind. But Jake Burton's also on the back foot. It seems the TTR cars were quick in qualifying trim, but the race is 500 kilometres of a different story.
Yeah, Burton got caught out a little bit. I think he was thinking about a dive up the inside, but he knew that he wasn't quite clear of Ryan O'Sullivan. So I think he just thought better of it and didn't make that move. But I think you could see from the nature of the race car, it looked like the attitude was going to be that he was going to dive up the inside, but thought better of it.
Damon Woods ranging up on the back of Brady Myers. And remember, it was Myers who had that contact with Josh Anderson. Turn 1, lap 1. I had a quick look over that car. Everything looks okay. This is where the meat grinder sort of starts. Remember, Capel was up inside the back end of the top 20. He was right there. I think it was 22nd he started out of, so he's gone backwards. a lot of positions on that opening lap. So something's happened to car number 18. And now he's trying to range up on Badass, and there's block brakes in behind, and there was contact just ahead of these guys as well. I think it was O'Reilly, who's had his absolute bell run during that qualifying session.
I thought someone was sideways. Sorry.
Yeah, you just see him. And he's on the radio to race control. I can tell you that incident, whatever it was, has already been reported.
Oh, so someone was sideways. There we go. Yeah. So got that little bit of a tap, thankfully got going, but lost a handful of positions there. So I thought I saw a car sideways, but maybe I just got myself wound up. But that makes me feel a little bit better than I did actually see someone sideways.
You reckon as a school teacher he gets to hand out the line a lot of the times? I'm not mad, I'm just disappointed. Because I think he sounded pretty disappointed on the radio reporting that one in. Mate, you like doing commentary with me. You never know what's going to come out.
No, it's good. It is good. Well, one thing I'm liking at the moment too is up front. These top three, or top five, they're all just together. I think they're ready just to settle in. Down's not too concerned, but Phil might be pulling away at the moment. Phil, we always see that he sort of stays true for a little while until it's close to pit stops, and then he puts the hammer down. So
I said it was Marcelo Rivera. I'd be wrong. It's Ethan Green-Galt on board car number 21, and I just saw him have a little bit of contact with Sam Blacklock over at the Southern Loop in turn 2, and that opened the door for Jordan Mazzaroli, and that's going to open the door for Dylan Rudd to get down the inside as well and try and challenge for something. No, not going to work for him, unfortunately. Drops back in. Right, 500 kilometres. You can't win it in the first 5 laps, but you certainly can lose it. And the big thing will be who is already thinking about perhaps doing 38 laps on the tyres. You guys watching along at home, ladies and gents? That's the driver pairings for tonight. Have a look. Where's your favourites up and down the order? Glenn Postlethwaite is going to jump on board that car with Blake Rawboys later on. I'll tell you what, there's some jostling. Again, Dylan Rudd and Mazzaroli have just gone elbows out. Deeper in the field, going side by side through the last corner. That is bravery. And trust. Oh, no! No! Oh, Rudd thought he was clear. Now Jacob O'Reilly's going to be the guy that gets a little bit of a hand and a freebie.
Oh, how that could have turned to custard so easily. Down the front straight away. Wasn't clear. Some overlapping and unfortunately made a little bit of contact. But thankfully everyone's lived to see another day. But man, that would have been a high-speed incident, and that could have been very ugly very quickly.
Well, for now, they've all managed to recover and get their cars back in line. But therein lies the tricky nature of it all. And now they're going to try and dive it down into the hairpin. Everyone just takes a little bit of a breath. Lap 6 of what is going to be a 30-lap or longer stint, potentially. Now, the critical lap to throw your co-driver in for minimum time, and we're talking the minimum time, lap 18. You can get them to the middle of the race from there. From the middle of the race, from the end of lap 56, your main driver can do 57 concurrent laps to get to the end, if that's what's required. If you've got a pairing that's pretty even on pace, they're quite close together, and the car 21's one of those pairings, with Ethan Green-Galt on board at the moment, well, then you can get a little bit tricky with the strategy. You don't have to extract every last millimetre of the surface of your tyre.
One of the things I love about endurance racing, mate, is that there's so many factors that come into it. You know, how far can you stretch your tyres? How far can you stretch your fuel? How many laps has your co-driver done? How many laps or minimum laps or maximum laps has the other driver done? Like, it's just, there's so much that plays out behind the scenes. And you know, you think you can have the best game plan coming into a race, and then, you know, you could get a yellow flag or an incident that you get caught up in, and your world just goes upside down. But I just love that there's so many different factors, and we are so far away from knowing who's actually going to win this tonight that it just could be anyone.
Well, James Scott just about got into the back bumper of Madison Down, and Emily Jones is actually going to be the car that comes off second best in all of that. And it was a lob from Andrew Gilliam down the inside, and he pinched the front brake.
Yeah,
and ready to ride. So I'm thinking, why does Gilly not just give that one back? Because he's going to get a penalty for it, for sure. So somebody would be saying to him, just redress it. Here, we're going to replay this. Watch, Gilliam's down the inside. I can tell you there's a front brake that's pinched about now, elbowed wide.
Yeah.
And Leonage definitely left more than enough room than was required. I think he was willing to give it up. Wasn't willing to fight it all that hard. So I just wonder if he redresses the position, well, he's not going to get a penalty. But if he doesn't redress the position, I'd say he's probably going to get one.
Yeah, it's one of those. Yeah, you definitely, for the position that he's in at the moment, Gilliam, he's inside top 5. He's leading the championship coming into tonight. There's a lot to play for, obviously. It's early days, but yes, just roll out of throttle. You'd hope that his team sort of gets in his ear and says maybe that's what he should do, but I guess we'll leave it up to them. But as a driver, you always think you're in the right. So he's just knuckled down. He's going, nah, that was mine. I had plenty of position. I had track position. It's all mine. So he just goes eyes forward. So the team will decide whether they think that was on or not. If you go and check out an OG mate. Oh, how's this? A little bit of Rubbins racing.
I think that was appropriate with Rubbins racing. Yeah. And now he parks it up on the nose of Tom Greer. And now they're going to get into each other a little bit more. All we can hear from the producer in the background is just wait, because it just goes on and on and on. And eventually Freo will manage to slot back in. But boy, they were trading paint. By the way, update, Gilliam's redressing. This will be the redress.
Smart. Love it. That was brilliant. So with Gilliam or the Lobs team, that was really great management. They were just like, you know what, let's not risk it. It's lap 8. You know, he's obviously got pace on board, and he can get Rehan a little bit later on. So I love that he readdressed. Well done.
Yeah, and I was just about to check. I've just gone across. I wanted to have a look at what was talked about in terms of the incident reporting. Ethan Griggold's going to pick up a penalty for contact with Blacklock. And so I caught something between car 21 and car 215. Oh, that's Rain Campbell. And who's gotten into him? Bo Albert's involved in that. Look at the front bar that's popping through the air. That'll be Rain Campbell's just about done. That car is going to be walking wounded for the rest of the day.
Well, if his steering's, obviously it's going to hurt his aero. He'll be trying to see what his steering's like at the moment. It'd be interesting to see if we can go on board and see his steering, whether it's left hand or right hand down. That'll give us an indication. Looks like it's got some damage to the rear as well. So obviously aero-wise, it's not healthy. But as long as he's got a straight steering wheel, he can probably get away with it.
By the way, take 2. Gilliam's gotten by. Leonage. This time, this pack is getting aggressive, and Josh Anderson's looking to be the aggressor at the moment. Trying to make up for some lost time. Brady Myers has gone backwards like somebody's deployed a parachute outside of car 22. There's already damage on car 92 when it gets to this point, so something further's happened to that car.
Oh, drive up the inside.
Yes, it is. And Betts rotates him, and then Bo's just left with nowhere to go.
Yeah. We see that time and time again. Spoke about it in the G Hub, and we're going to see it again over the next 100-odd laps too, I would imagine.
Mate, long Enduro Cup to prep for. And I cannot tell you how important this section is to the bulk of the year, because this sort of makes it or breaks it, doesn't it? Because it's the bulk of the points.
And this is that move that you said just got up the inside of Rehan again. And that's exactly what he needed to do. That was good smart racing there from Gilliam. Gave back the position. Got the job done fair and square now. Now he doesn't have to worry about a penalty lingering over his head.
So sorted for now. But that pack, that second group of cars is all starting to sort of concertina back together. Brady Myers is 6th. Bit ahead of that group at the moment. He's got Robbie Gibbs sort of starting to think about harassing him. We're hearing Richie Stanaway might have had contacts with Hayden Veld. And this will tell a little bit more of the story, because there was some aggression in this little pack, and this is Stanaway trying to line them both up. Gets down the inside. Whole bunch of pinch brakes. Well, Stanaway was there, you know. Was he far enough up? I don't know if he was up far enough alongside to demand a little bit of track real estate, but job done.
Yeah, no, I think you might be right. Yeah, probably have to look at it a couple more times, but yeah, you're right. He might have been in there enough. Obviously, there was a little bit of elbows out. why I'm staying in the commentary box, mate.
Mate, for the rest of the Endurance Cup, I want you to put your steward's hat on, and we're going to keep score of how well you do, I think. For the fans watching along at home, yeah, whatever I can do. But for the meantime, head down, and we'll see what can be done. James Scott's not necessarily had a great year to date thus far. Time for a little bit of an opportunity for some redemption work as he sits on the back end of these guys. Righto, here's an alternative angle. A couple cars get in there. You know what? Maybe he was up far enough. Either way, a couple checkups in that pack, a couple little micro mistakes, and that's tyre that they're wearing, which is worthwhile pointing out.
Yeah, there was room there, so I don't know if the stewards will look at that, but they'll look at it, but I don't know if much will come from it. We'll dive up the inside here. So Maloney's just given up that spot. Oh, well, we're just hearing from our producer that Stanaway has thought better of that contact, and he's actually readdressed. So, how good? How good? Lobs are playing the smart game, playing the long game. And so even though that we didn't think there was probably much in it, they were like, you know what, let's not take that gamble.
Let's be risk averse, yeah.
Good to see. It's really good to see.
Yeah, heads up, smart racing. The end of 500 kilometres, that is what will see you through. And at the end of the day, you don't have to be the fastest car all day. You never have to set the fastest lap time to win one of these endurance races. It's how can you stitch 113 laps together with the lowest cumulative race time at the end of the day. Sometimes it's not the fastest car, but it is the car that looks after its tyres just a fraction better. There's nothing in it across our front three. Yeah, where were you looking, Sammy?
No, I was just saying that you only need a lap to lead out of the last corner. You don't even need to lead the whole lap. So, dare I say, buy that ticket to the end. And you don't have to be the fastest chariot all day. So,
Dylan Rudd's accruing a couple of penalties at the moment for car 990. 5-second time penalty for contact with 081.
Cover in there. It's a dive. Gibbs up the inside.
Job done.
That was, yeah, and Myers actually lost 2 spots out of that. So Woods has got through as well.
Isn't he looking good on board a supercar at the moment? It was only, I had a conversation with Damon Woods, I want to say probably about 24 months or so ago. And he was wearing himself into an endurance co-drive, and he was just sort of thinking about it. He's, mate, what do I do with myself? Where do I go in this country? And I said, well, look, you've got the talent. Nobody's questioning that. You know, he's already competed internationally and represented the country internationally at a very, very high level. And what do you want from it? He said, what do we recognise a little bit more locally? Well, I hate it. You're going to have to put yourself in a supercar. You're like, right, okay, that's what we're going to have to do. That's what we're going to have to do. And all of that culminated in winning a race last time out at Mexico City. So 2 years worth of lots of work, and a guy that doesn't drive a lot of supercars, and a guy that probably didn't really appreciate the car all that much and looked at it and went, yeah, no, not necessarily all that interested. If you've got the skill, you've got the talent, 2 years to go from nowhere to somewhere. That's actually not all that bad.
You're not wrong. And the supercars are a unique car to drive. Everyone knows that. There are a lot different, better, faster, maybe more grippier cars out on the service, but you know, if you love your V8s, you know, it's something that you just adapt to and you work away at it and chip away at it, and before you know it, you know, the speed comes and hopefully the results come, and then, you know, before you know it, you're loving life behind a supercar wheel. Oh, dive up the inside again.
And that is now, I think, Matthew Bowler and Hayden Velder getting into it. No, sorry, my apologies, Jake Burton.
Yeah.
Velder's having a war with at this point in time. The off-board shot will tell a little bit more of the story. There is pain being traded. I think the thing that we're seeing tonight is that these boys are not afraid of using the elbows at the moment. And Burton, for the second time tonight, I can't believe we're saying that already, in 13 laps, was forced to the outside through the Haitian. The first time he hung around the outside. It was a trip to the left-hand side, eyes of the dirt. Here comes Stanaway. Gets to his inside, and now he's going to get the elbow. And they're still leaning on each other.
Stanaway's gone!
See you later, mate. See you later, mate.
Oh, Burton wasn't having any of that. I think Stanaway was trying to close the door. He's in a bad spot here. Pulls reverse, gets out of the way. But he made that dive up the inside of Burton. There was that little bit of contact, and unfortunately, Stanaway's gone round.
Well, the pressure cooker didn't take long to boil and bubble over. I cannot, but the amount of contact. Normally, we see a fair bit of biff as the race goes on. We see guys looking to lean on each other a little bit more. Tonight, I think, I don't know if the tempers are a little bit shorter, but they're just more willing to have the elbows out. Paint has been traded, not from lap 10, not from lap 15, it's been from word go.
I think Burton was just like, you know what, I'm still here. You can't just... So he's made the dive there. He's trying to move over on him, and Burton's on the edge of the racetrack anyway. He can't do anything. And Stanaway's just kept coming across. So Burton's just held his ground. He's gone, you know what, mate, you can't move over. I'm still here. You've got to give me some space. And they've come together. So, I know Richie... It's easy to say from the commentary rocks, but maybe Richie should have maybe just opened up the wheel a little bit.
Yeah, going back to the right-hand side. Look at this pack of cars that are all into each other at the moment. Look at a whole bunch of them. Somebody's going around in the background. Where's a Horton? It was Josh Horton. Car 43. Saved it. Kept it down the fence. But look at the concertina that's going off at the moment. There's a whole bunch of cars that are just squabbling and trading paint, trading position. This is just outside the 20. This point in time, Bettis is going to try and get the lunge down the inside. It'll be Angus Lawford who's on the wide side and on the marbles. And now it's looking to be a little bit more than one. There's a little bit of damage on board Dylan Pereira's car, the left rear corner of it. He's going to try and go toe-to-toe. But it's not done in this little pack. They're all into each other. Everybody is scrapping at the moment.
There's a big dive there from Stenberg at the inside of Cape in terms of the corner. I'm just saying there might be a little bit of damage to the front of Lachlan Capel's car too.
Something's happened to Robbie Gibbs. Yeah, there is damage on the front end of Lachlan Capel's car. You'd be right, split up. So the Gibbs run wide at the southern loop.
The car looks straight. It doesn't look like he's having contact, does it? No. Let's have a look at the OGV replay. Has he run wide and touched the grass? No. Oh, what happened there? Downshift.
Early downshift.
I reckon he's plucked a gear and that's just locked the rear on.
He's lucky to still have an engine. If that's the case.
Yeah.
Because that could have been the first safety car of the night. Now the paint is certainly being traded. Well, you thought it had been traded aggressively to this point. Here comes Stenberg. He's looking down the inside. Mazzaroli's in the wide stuff. He's in the marbles. He's in the dirt, the dust, and the weeds. At this point in time, at least what's of it on the racetrack manages to hang on to the car. And Stenberg finds another spot. So qualifying speed was not good. Oh, there's contact in the background. Adam Briggs has gone into Lachlan Capel, and now he's in the dirt. Get the camera a couple cars further back. They are all over each other. And now Brad Rickman's lunged it all the way down the inside. There is paint being traded everywhere. Everywhere. I cannot believe it. Has somebody told these guys this is an endurance? I think they're racing like it's a super sprint, mate. No, I'm not kidding, though.
You're right, because I was expecting the race to sort of calm down a little bit. Everyone just set into a rhythm, but it's not the case. They're still racing with elbows out, still giving each other just a little bit of rubs here and there. And they're fighting like we're in the closing stages and not the opening stages.
And Tom Freer was just having a little bit of a look at Capel, and Capel could be struggling with the damage on the front end of that car, struggling for turns, struggling for straight line speed. Struggling everywhere at the moment.
And don't forget where the drivers are at the moment. They're about halfway, depending on how they've been looking after their tyres, they're about halfway through that tyre life cycle at the moment too. So they're going to be starting to get a little bit skittish. They're obviously getting hot. And dive.
Capel got very, very wide as they were heading down through Stoner and the sweeper. Now he's going to go side by side as they got down to the hairpin. Horton's to the inside of Freer, ends up backing out. The critical window is approaching.
Oh, dear.
Oh, somebody else, Andre Yusuf, going around.
I don't know if he had a helping hand. There was a bit going on back there.
But did you see where he's rejoining from? It was very odd.
It's like it got sideways on him, or whether he got a tap or not, and then it's sort of nosed in, and then he's had to turn out from the inside of the racetrack. We'll see. We'll catch a replay shortly. Yeah, helping out. He's out of hand. Yep. And so he's got real sideways, and it's just him rejoining. So once he plucks the gear and gets going, he's right on the inside of the racetrack. So that's why.
R18's definitely got damage and definitely showing battle scars on the front end of it. At the moment, he's going to become a little bit of a victim, and there's not much more they can do. That's main driver on board for now. have a thought in the back of your mind for Dan Yeaman, who's going to climb on board car 18, perhaps as soon as next lap.
Do you reckon we can take a breath now? As I say that, it's flashing lights there. Is that Bettis that was flashing the lights there?
We'll do it. Dylan got penalties, and in the meantime, right, Bettis got down the inside, and he has given him just a little bit of a toucher. So Bettis will grab one spot.
He was flashing the lights, letting me know.
Hang on.
A bit of smoke there too. Hold on,
And Jake Burton was the car that was crawling away from the scene of the crime.
Oh dear. This is wild. They should be settling down.
Well, okay, I'm going to go ahead. It is absolutely worthwhile going and having a look back at what happened to Burton. What's going on there? That
was another downshift.
Wide.
It's catching a few people. It's easy though, if you're downshifting, if you accidentally double shift, the car will lock at the rears. So again, another driver lucky not to detonate a motor too, because I don't tend to like that. So up front, it's still Jared Phillip over Madison Down, James Scott, Andrew Gilliam, Rian Leonage as your top five. And we go to another OGG replay.
So this is Burton. Just stay with this. There's a little bit of paint trade, and it's this next little... Oh, that's not good. But stay with it. Check this out. Tips into the corner, and all of a sudden just picks up the throttle. I don't like that. I really, really don't like that, because the car should not be catching the car ahead of it at the speed it just did. Everyone will have their own opinions, and I've got mine at the moment. I think it's coming across as clearly as I need to make it.
I think Burton's probably just... He might be a little bit frustrated. You know, there's been a lot that's going on. We saw that replay with himself and Stanaway too. So, again, it's easy for drivers to get a little bit frustrated and wound up in these races. And half the battle with these teams is just coaching their drivers to get to the end. You know, if things don't go as well as they'd liked, or they get caught up in something silly, half the deal is coaching the driver. If we go to an OGV replay, and this is a dive up the inside. It's Ryan Bettis. There was a little bit of contact there. We thought we saw that from the other camera shot when we saw the replay, but there was just that little bit of a bump and run. And now James Scott is into P2 and Madison Down back to third. Rian Leonage is in fourth. Gilliam's back to fifth. So there's a little bit going on here. I don't know if there was a moment there for Gilliam. Rian just had the pace and made the move up the inside, but he's now snuffled that position back off Gilliam.
So we'll try and settle our way back down and in for these guys. This is down a start-finish straight. What's going on here?
Gilliam was sideways coming on the front straightaway. Rian's taken it to him. He's gone round the outside of him. He's going to hold true there. Brilliant bit of driving by both those drivers. Well done. And a great move from Rian. And that all started when Gilliam came onto the front straight, just got that little bit squirrely, got sideways. And Rian just snapped him up and got it. So well done.
It's worthwhile pointing out for a co-driver, he's sitting fourth on the racetrack at the moment, with a little bit of head smarts and driving smarts. But the lead of the race is a maximum of 3.8 seconds down the road.
Yeah,
right? It swings around a little bit. But Rihan is a co-driver. What, 19 laps in? He's losing less than a tenth of a second a lap to the leaders. He is doing everything he needs to do and more.
I don't think I've hidden my feelings. I've talked up Rian's stock for quite some time, and no doubt he could be a main driver in this each and every round. So to have him as an endurance driver, that's a hell of a pairing. So yeah, love to see that Rian's back in the field, and be good to see more of him.
Well, for now, a lot of responsibility, because Emily's sitting quite handily placed in the championship. So if he can just go ahead and do his job, and you need someone with speed that goes about their job quietly. I think Rihan has been in this series as a co-driver for long enough for that exact reason. just goes about his job. There's nothing flashy. But the best co-drivers aren't flashy. They're quiet, they're sneaking away. But the fact that he's doing this drive amongst the main game drivers, that's the big part of it. You can't do that as a... if you're doing that as a co-driver, you should be in this series on your own. What are you doing languishing as a co-driver?
Yeah, I think there was talk of him maybe being part of the series at some stage, but I don't know if just real life commitments got in the way and he was a little bit busy. He's still a young guy too, but when he's got the likes of Madison Down that's coaching him at TTR, you know, there's plenty of good heads at TTR to take the lessons from, and to be in that sort of stable with those drivers. I know his dad's with him too, as when Rehan is racing too. So he's got his dad in the background as well. So he's got a good head on shoulders, and I know he just absorbs everything that he gets taught, and it reflects on the racetrack.
Let's just talk a little bit about lap speed at the moment. Now, we've crossed over that critical window to get your co-driver in and then clear them and get them back out of the car nice and early. So consider that in the back of your mind. We are at the critical juncture of this race in terms of putting it together in the quickest possible method you can. Jared Phillip last time by, 32.973. James Scott, 8.73. Down, 8.74. Rehan Leonage, 7.93. Right, so all of a sudden, the TTR cars are just coming back at him just a little bit. Is there a chance, for the first time in a long time, we're looking at the Lobs cars and I'm going, no, they've got the tyre, they've got the longevity, they've got a really, really good race car?
Well, there's no doubt that they'll take it to Lobs, but I wouldn't be too worried if you're a Lobs fan or if you're fighting in the Lobs stable, because they're always there or thereabouts. I don't imagine that Jared Phillip is trying too hard at the moment. He'll be racing to a number. So, but you're right. It's good to see that another team has taken it right to him, and it's been a little while. You know, there's no doubt that TTR's gone through a bit of a dry spell, but it's good to see that they're back and maybe taking it to him.
But even Stenny, he's making a fair bit of progress at this point in time, and that just says how good their car is at the moment. I thought for a sudden he was going to be looking at that 61 machine. And Pereira just ahead of him and thinking I can get both here, but he's still on the outside, still dealing with it tough. Stenberg does not get 24th spot all that easily at the moment, but he is lurking, and the car speed they've got, all of a sudden, though, he steps a fraction wide. I reckon that's Brad Newman to his inside at the moment. It is car number 3. And here comes Newman. So Newman sensed an opportunity, and he's there. Job done. Well, it's not quite done yet. Stenberg's back and down the inside. Newman will snake it in at the apex and just barely gets it there ahead.
Yeah, Stenny just found himself just that little bit wide when you're trying to battle on the outside. He was just out of position there and unfortunately got snuffled up a little bit there, but that's okay. He's still there. He looks like he's got something to deal with and something to fight with, although at this stage. So lap 22,
Whoa,
we're not too far.
I can tell you his safety car's just been called. So that is right at a critical juncture, and the reason for it is Tom Bewley has grenaded an engine. So we have a safety car. This is a critical juncture at the race. The lap that we were looking for happened about 4 laps ago. Do you throw a co-driver in the car and clear your slower driver right now? You can run 38 laps on this next stint with a safety car. The whole field will box. Everyone will do it. A driver swap for me is just about mandatory. Could we see the thing about this segment is you clear your co-drivers 38 laps right here, but they're going to blow tyres. If you can single stint your co-driver, perfect, job done.
Yeah, and this has worked out beautifully for the entire field. Basically, I was just saying where we're at, sort of in lap 22 at the moment, so it's almost perfect for them. So some people will roll the dice, but you're right. Let's get those co-drivers in. Let's change the drivers around a little bit and let's see what happens. But it's just going to be. Now, did someone miss their pit box? I just saw someone leave pit lane. I wonder if someone just missed their box, because the amount of cars in pit lane, it is so easy to go past your pit box.
Everyone's going to be rolling. Will Buchanan has just rolled out with the race lead. They've done something there. Have a look at Emily Jones. She's fired off into P2. You know what? With how well Rehan was driving there, all of a sudden you just think it doesn't specify. The only thing that needs to happen in terms of race is that your minimum laps for any driver is 38. It doesn't specify if your main driver has to do those 38 laps and the co-driver can do the rest. For a pairing like we've got on board car 51, Rayhan Leonage looks real good at the moment. I reckon he's their A driver for tonight.
You've got 3 or 4 cars that are almost inside of each other as they go to rejoin the racetrack. So we're going to let the field play out and see who's where, but didn't quite catch who missed their pit box as well. Someone had to go around.
Remember car 18 as well, just for that damage that was on board the front end of that good-looking, what was it, the really old-styled HRT car for Orbit Drop Bear. Well, they stayed in the pit lane. The front end of that thing did not look all that great, so they've taken an opportunity to get the front end back to ship shape for Lachlan Capel and Dan Yeaman. So you'll see them restart this one from the rear end of the field.
You make me feel old, buddy. That really old paint scheme. For me, it didn't feel like it was that long ago.
It was 20 years ago. That's the problem. It's from 20 years ago.
Shush.
Black flag, Brian Borg. I reckon he might have been speeding in pit lane, you know. He's going to have to come back down.
Ooh.
Which is the sister car to the one that's parked up on the side of the road at the moment. Apologies to everyone watching along at home at the moment, by the way. Yes, we are experiencing technical gremlins. We are aware we're attempting to resolve them as best as we possibly can, but we are going to continue on with this in the meantime.
And the beauty is that we're not missing much at the moment. Everyone's behind safety car. So as we just briefly get some of our pictures back, but it's going to be interesting for these teams and drivers now. Everyone will have a chance to reset. And here we are. We were thinking that a lot of those drivers were going to get into a little bit of a preservation mode and just sort of settle in a little bit. But it was pretty wild for those first 20-odd laps. It was insane the way that they were going about it.
Well, you thought it was aggressive there. What changes now? Because remember, you're going to have a fair few guys that are co-drivers that are a little bit out of sequence.
Yeah, well, that's the beauty, isn't it? Mixing things up a little bit.
So we're going to be on the safety car to the end of this current lap that we've just started, and then we'll be going back green flag racing. Why that is important, that'll be 2 laps. So remember, we said you've got to burn 3.5 litres a lap to go green flag for 38 laps. Needed to save about 100 mils. I reckon of the lap of fuel that's required to save, you've probably saved about 90% of it under this safety car period. The problem will be, now you've got to do 36 laps effectively on the tyres. So you're still got to be gentle to them.
Yeah, absolutely. While we're sorting through these technical gremlins, we're going to go through, obviously, the positions that we see on screen are not the ones. So we've got Will Buchanan at the moment leading over Emily Jones in second. Geordie Marcon in third for Lobs. So he jumps in the seat and takes over Jared's seat for a little bit. Lee Ellis has jumped into the 77 in P4, and Griffin Gardner is in P5 in the Eclipse Sim Sports number 17. So those will sort themselves out as soon as our pitches get resolved. But it's been an absolute cracker. I love Phillip Island. It never disappoints, and I think it's a great endurance racetrack.
Remember how I said Brian Borg had a penalty? He just did a drive-through, which would clear an iRacing penalty. He's still got a penalty, so I don't know what went on there. Update as well, Ross Rizzo came back to pit lane for some reason. He's gone to the tail end of the field. Ross is co-driver to Kurt Stenberg, so something else went on there. Car number 92 also went to the back end, which is Rain Campbell. Now remember, there was a lot of damage on board car number 92. It looks like they're back to ship shape as well. It's going to be an interesting restart. Have a think about car number 36 as well. Forzan El Nabi's got a job to do here, and he's capable of doing it. He's a driver of enough speed to be back up at the pointy end. They qualified on pole, went down to 15th a spot or so on that opening lap. They're back to 9th. If Forzan can pick off another 4 or 5 spots or so, all of a sudden that car's back eligible, perhaps, for a race win. Big weight for him tonight.
Absolutely. Anderson said he was actually excited about racing with Forzan. He wanted to race with him for quite some time. So we've seen what Forzan's capable of. They've obviously know what he's capable of. And to be at the position where they are at the moment, the field's bunched up. There's some different drivers in there for the moment. And yeah, he could definitely pounce.
Griffin Gardner, another driver capable of being in this series on his own. Lee Ellis has missed the jump on the start. The front three got a great get away, but you cannot overtake. You cannot overlap until the apex of the last corner. And now Griffin Gardner is harassing and haranguing Lee Ellis. He's got putting himself on the outside on the run into turn number 1. Ellis backs out of it. But can Griffin hanging around the outside of turn number 1? Yes, yes he can. The field gets through for that restart. And we're back underway. Co-drivers are in. This is the biggest challenge for the least experienced drivers of the night. This is where you make or you break your endurance campaign. The co-drivers have such a weight to bear. And at the moment, there's a massive race for the race lead. Will Buchanan is leading his first ever laps in the series for James Scott and car 088. And Emily Jones is giving it absolutely everything. Welcome to the big leagues, buddy. Welcome to being absolutely mobbed at the moment, because you've just got to try and hang on to this thing. At the moment, Sandman, could you imagine being a co-driver? You've climbed on board the car. Do you reckon the heart rate's gone through the roof because you've got the race lead? That is nearly one of the worst ways to start your campaign in this series.
You dream about it though, don't you? But boy, oh boy, when it happens, the old heart rate, you know, if you had a heart rate monitor there, it'd be going through the roof. But yeah, look, that's what they get their drivers in for, and they need to hold up to that pressure. But you can see Emily Jones is right there, putting the pressure there to Will Buchanan. Making the most of this early charge at the moment. So that clean air. Oh, it's going to be a dive up the inside. Emily's looking racy.
She is on the run into turn number 1. Will Buchanan has earned his laps in the lead at the moment. And for now, Emily Jones will try around the outside of turn number 1. Gets to the outside, gets the nose clear. Car 51's got its opportunities to lead. And for Emily, she will want to put the field in the rearview mirror. In the meantime, Griffin Gardner's gone to third as well, up the inside of Geordie Maricon. Geordie's had a tough run here tonight as well. Late substitution on board car number 94. Here comes Will Brown, who's going to dive down the inside for car 22 as well. He's starting to make some moves. Lee Ellis is in free fall for car 77. Madison Down will be sitting there and just going, hang on to it, buddy. I know it's tough at the moment. You've got to ride through it. Charlie Watsu's got a lot of opportunity as well at car 74. Here comes the co-drivers. And mate, like I said, mate, that opening stanza, we saw paint traded. It could just detonate here in just a few moments.
Yeah, well, you'd like to think that a couple of these teams would be in their drivers' ears, especially if they've just started to jump in. Oh, that was the 36. Forzan Olnabi looked like he ran a little bit wide, but he didn't go off the racetrack. But you'd get in your driver's ears and just say, let's calm it down. Let's bring it down a level a little bit, because it's still very early stages. And what they want to do is just get themselves into a rhythm. But they just seem so racy tonight, especially in the early stages.
Well, for now, it's try and pick up where you're supposed to be. Try and keep yourself together. Try and keep the thing on the island. Lee Ellis is getting harassed again. This time, sorry, my apologies. I thought it was Lee Ellis. I think it was Will Brown who just went down the inside of Geordie Macron. So they're going to try and hang on to it. Griffin Gardner's got through to P3. Will Buchanan still at the pointy end of things at this point in time. Ellis is back to 7. Forzan Elnabi will be the next guy. He's going to try and line him up and have a crack at him. And Forzan will get to his inside. Here comes car 36. But again, Samet, just keep yourself alive. Seth Brown. I was talking to Rattray White earlier on today. He said Seth's actually driving really well at the moment. Keep your eye on him on board car 56.
What we're going to get to is the field is starting to spread out just that little bit too, so that will make all these drivers just breathe a little bit of a sigh of relief. But there's obviously people back there that want to sort of make up for maybe not one of the greatest starts, but get themselves into a rhythm. And oh, is that at the inside? Is that Forzan Olnabi? Looks like he got the job done there.
So for the meantime, the field spread starts to happen. And this is where you just got to try and settle yourself in and get yourself acclimatized. Lachlan Pryke is defending from Brodie Sentence. That's down for 19th and 20th. But Albert's just had something happen to him. Or, sorry, car 06. Luke Rosella's climbed on board car 55. So he's the main game driver in amongst all the Coes. So he's trying to get a little bit off cycle, off sequence, and buy some track position, and it's working for him at the moment, up to 21st.
Oh, making a move up the inside there. Jeez, I love how people are aggressive in that hairpin and make the dive, and there's been a few people that have pulled it off. There's always that little bit of contact, but geez, when a driver makes a dive and they pull it off and get the job done, it's pretty impressive. Oh, it's getting racy back here. This is all happening behind the 77.
I think the trouble is, where do you go? Because if you've got a co-driver on board with speed at the moment, you've got to try and grab whatever you possibly can. Glenn Postlethwaite's on board for Blake Warboys, and he's trying to grab spots just ahead of him. You just see the cars and the queue up, and there's a little bit of contact now for Marcelo Rivera. He actually just escorted Seth Brown wide, and now Jaden Ojeda is going to go toe-to-toe with Seth Brown. For Kobe Williams, who's just in behind these guys, he's trying to line up and have a crack at the pair of them as well. He'd love to get on down the road and get his job done. In the meantime, top three are starting to just run away a little bit with it. Jones, Buchanan, Griffin Gardner are your top three. I'm wondering if car 17 and Griffin Gardner are just being a little bit circumspect, looking after the tyres. There might be a plan for Griffin Gardner to do his 38 laps and hand it back over. For everyone else, so just talk to me about it, Sam, and you drive a lot of this car at the moment. How difficult is it to extract pace from the car and at the same time look after the fuel, look after the tyres, and make the tyre last 38 laps around this place?
Mate, I tell you, it's an absolute art form, and it's one thing that I've never been great at as far as trying to go fast and save fuel at the same time. That is unique in itself, but looking after the tyre too, it's one of those catch-22s where you want to be fast at the start of the stint, but you don't want to go too hard on that tyre, because what you want to do is stretch that rubber. If you use it and abuse it all in those first couple of laps, it's going to go to custard real quick, real fast. So it's a fine line, and this is exactly why I'm in the commentary boxes, because I don't have the skill set to be fast and save fuel, or to be fast and save tyres at the same time. So it is an absolute art form, and when you find a driver that can do that, you hold on to them for dear life, because it is an absolute skill.
But in the meantime, I'm going to apologise to everyone that's watching along at home. You know that we have the best operators here. That's what we're all about. The Logitech G Pro Invitational, that's what the field's about. It's not just the field, though. It's everybody that chips in, from the stewards. I'd love to sit here and say we're the best in the business in Australia in terms of the commentary box. I'll hold back on that comment. I don't have an ego that big. But I can tell you, one of the men that is most respected in the Australian community is the guy that sits behind pushing all the buttons at the moment. And he just said, everything's broken. I can't even kill the tasks. And I can tell you there's a challenge for P2 on the racetrack at this point in time. Griffin Gardner's just sent a giant old lunge up the inside of Will Buchanan. Griffin Gardner has moved car 17 as co-driver for Zach Rattray-White to P2. And the timing has broken. And again, like I said, the thing is, everything works. He had a small glitch earlier on in the proceedings, just as we got things underway. Mate, why does it all break now? It's because you sent it all live, Jay. So he's going to work. As soon as you ask anything of it, as soon as the race gets to a critical juncture, things break, don't they?
That's the world we live in. That's the way it is. But you know, for what we've got at the moment, what'll be lap 30 at the moment. Emily Jones over Griffin Gardner, Will Buchanan, Forzen Olnabi, and Will Brown as your top five. So lap number 30, still an absolute long way to go for these drivers and teams. And I think what we're starting to see now, maybe it is that rhythm that we've been asking for and wanting. I know a lot of the team owners in the background will be praying that we just get a little bit of a smooth period where everyone just sort of runs to a margin. Our top three are pretty close, but then there's that little gap a little bit of just over 2.5 seconds back to 4th, 5th and 6th.
Righto, so for the meantime, everyone's trying to settle back in. What do you think Emily Jones is thinking?
I think she's thinking it's about time. We know she's got pace. We saw her in the quali series, and you know, we know that she's got talent, and she's obviously got a good team behind her. So when everything clicks and lines up, she shows that she's definitely got the pace, and took it to everyone in qualifying, which was brilliant. And yeah, I think for the moment she's just quite content to hold position. She doesn't need to do anything outrageous at the moment. It's early in this stint for her, and she's got a great co-driver for today too. So you know, things are looking good at the moment.
Righto, get your notepad and pen out. I know you grabbed one earlier on in proceedings, Sam, man. For those of you watching along at home, like we said, apologies, timing has broken. I'm going to run through the order for you at the moment. 6/10 of a second cover the top three. Emily Jones from Griffin Gardner from Will Buchanan. We're on lap 7 of the stint since the safety car. From there, it's back to car 36. Forznell Nabi behind the wheel. He's climbed that car from about 10th at the restart back to 4th at the moment, about 2.3 seconds back from our race lead. Will Brown on board car 22, partnering for Brady Myers. He sits in 5th spot. They're about 3 seconds back from the lead. Charlie Lutsu's harassing him at the moment for 6th. Another little break. Geordie Marcon and Job Stewart are going at it. At this point in time for 7th and 8th, Job's on board for car number 12. Matthew Bowler is the primary driver on that one. Gianni Lutsu on board of car number 90. My apologies. Geordie Marcon on board car 94 for Jared Philsell. I can tell you Job Stewart's got down the inside and gotten that one done. In behind them, Marcelo Rivera, he's main driver for car number 21. Ethan Greig-Gold. If you ever wanted a best-in-class co-driver, it's going to be between Brady Kostek and Shane Van Gisbergen and Ethan Greig-Gold. I think Ethan Greig-Gold's being treated as the primary driver on board car 21, sits 9th. Last car in the top 10, Seth Brown. Lee Ellis restarted about 3rd, has now fallen on car 77 all the way back to 11th. So they're going to try and do something on strategy to get that car out of the hole that it's currently in. 12th spot, Kobe Williams, car 53. Hayden Veld, primary driver for that one. Richard Hampstead, car number 29. Jake Maloney is the normal driver for car 29. Ojeda sits just ahead of Luke Rosella. So again, we've got another main driver in at the moment on board car number 55 for Luke Rosella, sits 15th. They've had a lot of work to do for car 55. Car speed is good. They're starting to make some time. Glenn Postlethwaite returns to the series alongside of Blake Warboys as the co-driver at the moment. 16th spot, Thomas Freeman on board a car 31 for Robbie Gibbs. 17th, Lachlan Pryke, Antal Sabo and Tyson Broad covers your top 20. I'll keep an eye on chats where I possibly can. If you want an update on where any of your drivers are, please feel free to let us know, and I will radio style them out as best as I possibly can.
Yeah, I can assure you there's a lot happening behind the scenes to try and get this issue sorted, so we apologise in advance. But yeah, look, it is what it is, and at the end of the day, we'll try and give you as much information as we can. Hopefully we can get this rectified towards the end of this race, but it's still anyone's race at the moment, and that's what I love about endurance racing, is that regardless of where you're running at the moment, you could be first, you could be last. Doesn't mean you're going to finish there. So, yeah, we've seen stranger things happen, and, you know, we've already seen an engine detonate, and which brought out our first and only safety car for the moment. We've seen a couple of people downshift and almost lose the rear and almost go backwards, but they've managed to save it. So it's not unusual that things can go pear-shaped, but everyone will just be hoping that they can survive this stint.
Request for an update on 2 Project 36 cars. At the moment, Dan Hall on board car number 52. Co-driving alongside of Angus Lawford sits 32nd. And, there's actually been a car rotated down at the hairpin at the moment as well. Didn't quite catch that one. It was Brody Sentence on board car number 83. So 32nd for Dan Hall behind the wheel of one of the Project 36 cars at the moment. Jackson Dials, the other, on board a car 061 for Jordan Mazzaroli's co-driver, sits 25th as it currently stands.
Always an interesting part of the race, isn't it? When you're getting sort of almost sort of halfway through the second stint. Everyone's obviously got a bit of a game plan and what they want to do as far as when they're going to pit. It's always the unknown of another safety car. But for the moment...
Something else has just happened. We just had another safety car. So we are going to get frozen once again. And I tell you what, I reckon we'll see the whole field pit once more. Because I'd say the main reason is that will clear 10 laps on the tyres, will clear what they needed to do in terms of tyre longevity. And I think you'll see the whole field pit, and then they'll do a 28-lap run on the tyres. Boom, there's your co-driver done.
Yeah, yep. Absolutely, you're going to take the chance, especially under safety car. If you don't pit, so exactly what you said, every single one in the field will be down pit lane. It's the perfect chance, isn't it, for some of these teams to get that co-driver stint over and done with.
And the whole of the top 10 have already pit, and I think the whole field is... I haven't seen a single car.
No.
You know what? If you're at the back of the field and having a torrid day, but you've got a quick driver at the moment, would you stay out? Why not?
Yeah, look, you know, who knows? It could work. It's one of those things, though, when you find them...
Tires.
See what everyone's doing. Looks like noise coming out. So I imagine that the cars that have come straight out of the lane, they haven't done a driver swap. Obviously, you do hold a little bit longer than you do a driver swap.
R51's regaining basically the whole. There was not a single driver in the alternative strategy. So I think everyone's locked in on where we've been for the rest of the night.
Yeah. Because it's been, what, 10 or 12 laps, I think, maybe, since out that first safety car. So, you know, you're approaching halfway through a tyre cycle. And we spoke about, tyre drop-off and everything here. So, yeah, it'd be a tricky one to stay out if everyone else was on fresh tyres. But... nevertheless,
I'm going to go ahead and debate it because I'll put it out there. You're not much of a PC guru, are you, Mr. Sandler?
No, I wouldn't say I'm the smartest one in the field about PC. Why is that?
Well, to put it this way, I reckon I'm going to go ahead and diagnose what I reckon has happened to Jay's PC at the moment, because he's given us a couple little updates. If you've been keeping track of some of our administrative channels that we use to communicate stuff from up and down the field. Mate, the guy can't even open Task Manager to close anything. I reckon Windows is sort of, I've only ever seen it happen a couple times, and every single time it's happened to me, it's just been, all right, well, it's fresh Windows install time. I reckon Windows itself has crashed, but everything's still operating, so he can't open or close anything. He can't open or close any windows, do anything whatsoever with Windows. And the problem is, if we can't go to a commercial break, we're just stuck with what we've got. If we shut the streams down, ladies and gents, good night, see you later. So we're sort of stuck like this, unfortunately, is what we've got to do for the rest of the night. So apologies, that timing tower on the left-hand side, just ignore that for the rest of the night. There is absolutely nothing we can do. But it's one of those things whereby when Windows breaks in this manner, everything continues to function, but you can't open, you can't close anything, and there's just nothing you can do. If we shut this down, night's over. You guys won't be able to get much coverage for the rest of the night. We can't reboot the feeds. That's just the way she works.
Anyway. Like technology, hey? Don't you love it?
When it works, it works. And to be fair, it only ever breaks when you need it the most. You've worked with Jay a heck of a lot longer than I have, by the way. Did I just make you feel old again?
You're good at it, I tell you.
But I've only ever seen it happen once, something similar to this to Jay. How many times? So, you go, man, it's disappointing it's happened on the biggest stage. But yeah, because it's the biggest stage with the most cars.
It's catch-22 though, is it? When you, like you said, you can't do Task Manager, you can't close down what could be, upsetting things in the background. Your hands are tied, and without actually turning the entire PC off, then losing all our links for our live feeds, it's catch-22. So
I'd love to say I can get up, stand up, walk around, and have a loo break maybe at this juncture of the race, but we can't even do that at this point in time, ladies and gents. And I can tell you, our boy Sandman at the moment, he's watching exactly the same feed that you have. He has only got that feed and what you guys have got. So you're doing a great cracking job, mate.
Well, yeah, it's for people behind the scenes, we do have communication between commentators, and I've been telling him, unfortunately, I just don't have the vision that he has. He's lucky that he's got his iRacing running in the background, so he's keeping an eye on everything. So you'll get to hear more of his dorsal tones throughout this evening until
Dorsal
things
tones?
change.
Mate, you're making it sound like I'm a fish at the moment. The dorsal tones. That's a new one. How's the weather actually up in Brisbane, in your part of the world? You just bought a whole bunch of new motorcycles and whatnot. Are they getting much use in the middle of winter?
They are when the sun comes up. It's a bit fresh in the morning, I don't mind telling you. But even though when you've got your leather jacket, your gloves on and everything else, it's still a bit fresh. But makes me glad that I'm not in Victoria or all that, because fresh mornings in Victoria are nothing like fresh mornings in Queensland, I can tell you.
Oh, mate, I've ridden a motorcycle to work a bunch of times when I was living for the 3 years that I was down in Victoria. And I tell you what, I am so much gladder I'm so much further north these days, because you're 100% right. 0 degrees in northern New South Wales feels nothing like 0 degrees in Victoria, and then Victoria gets colder thereafter. So the debates about where the best part of the country are to live will range right throughout the chat, right throughout the night. Again, I'll put the post out there. If you guys want to hear about any of the drivers up and down the field and where they're sitting and what their positioning looks like, I will endeavour to do my best. In the meantime, Sandman, we're about to get back under racing. I'll leave it with you for a few moments so I can just catch my breath.
Yeah, absolutely. So it's in the hands of Emily Jones now. She's got Griffin Gardner right behind her, Will Buchanan in third, Fozanel Nyabi in fourth, and Will Brown in fifth. So Emily gets to control the start, and she'll just take her time. She's in no hurry to go to the start-finish line. She can start whenever she wants. She may have jumped early, and she has. So I think a couple of people probably expected her to go maybe a little bit longer.
There's going to be some debate about when you can overlap and when you can't overlap, because in the meantime, William Brown is side by side, and it's going to be Gianni Lutzu who's on his outside at this point in time. So it is Gianni Lutzu who's going to try and go the long way around into turn number one. Lining him up in behind is Job Stewart, who's going to try and get to the inside of the southern loop, and will do so. Look at him, 2 by 2. All of a sudden, this starts to feel a little bit like the freeway. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Hold your heart. Hold your hand on your chest. Grab a mouthful of popcorn, because Luke Rosella's starting to search towards the top 10 as well. All of a sudden, this race has come alive. Co-drivers, tyre saving, all of that factors into all of this, and then you got to get the elbows out. You got to sit down, you got to feel comfortable and do what you possibly can. I can tell you there's damage on the rear end of car number 53 for Kobe Williams, who's working with Hayden Veldin tonight. In the meantime, car 81 and Lachlan Pryke has got the elbows out for Lee Ellis, and all of a sudden Jade is going backwards as well on board car 201. That's your championship leader. This is trouble. This is tricky, because you've got to navigate this. And again, think about all the coes up and down the field, the biggest amount of points in the season, and all of a sudden it all rests on somebody else's shoulders.
That's it, and it's only the first race of 3, so we're in endurance season.
Oh, there's contact! Massive! And that's car 21 that's gone around. Rivera's gone around. Car 22's involved in it as well. One of the Lobs cars, I think it might be the 94. No, it's the 55. Rosella has gone out and around. It's exploded. Here goes. Here goes a massive moment. Then 3 wide on the run through the final corner. Bo Allman's car's been elbowed wide. Rosella's off the racetrack once again. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? There's 500 Ks. We said it felt like a sprint race. My word. All of a sudden, safety car, mate, it just set a powder keg underneath a lot of them.
Yeah, absolutely. They always say safety cars breed safety cars, and there's been that little bit of biff and barge. It's only lap 37 at the moment, so still a lot to play out, but boy, oh boy, not giving each other an inch. And that contact, lucky there wasn't more cars involved in that.
And the smoke cloud that went up from car 21, and remember we said Ethan Grigott was looking good. Well, not anymore. That car is now towards the tail end of the field. Aaron Borg on car 35 for Jake Burns' co-driver has just had an elbow put to him by Dylan O'Shea. If there's any car in the field that has got a temper up tonight, I think it's car 35, and Borg will not be happy about that one for certain. He certainly races with a little bit of a temper at times. But other times, He's nice, clean and concise. Well, let's see which version of Aaron Bourne we get here tonight. Oh, I just cannot tell you how nail-biting this is at the moment. You're only getting the half of those pictures. But now, ladies and gents, we just continue on with what we've got. They're still side by side. Foynes and El Nabi's looking for a hole to try and open. He's looking at the back end of Job Stewart at the moment. Car 088, Will Buchanan is on the back foot and going backwards. So he's starting to struggle. He'll fall back to 6th spot as El Nabi gets down the inside of him. This is deeper in the field you guys are looking at the moment. That's car 55 and Rosello who's trying to cut his way back through. There's an Eclipse car that leads the race. The next two are 3rd and 4th on the road.
Yes, there's been a lead happens here with Ellie getting past. So Griffin Gardner now leads over Emily Jones.
Just wonder, I do just wonder, the Eclipse cars looked strong early on and then faded a little bit. And that Trans-Tasman car come good in the middle of the stint, didn't it?
Yeah. And that's not a bad thing. We're talking endurance racing. You want a car that's good at the end. So, yeah, we obviously didn't catch the action and what happened, but, you know, there could have been a bit of a moment Emily had and Griffin just capitalised on that. Could have been a genuine pass too at the end of the day too. So, and cars do go through that stage where they struggle a little bit after a pit stop. They're obviously on cold tire. Inside, down the bottom of the hill.
It was car 36, I think. Yeah, it was car 36. It was Foynes and El Nabi. Foynes and El Nabi's gone around. Something's happened to him. I think he might have lost it on his own, I'm going to be honest with you. Try to get in the inside, car 12. Just on the exit of MG. Sorry, yeah. And he's just gone around and into the barriers, stuck it in there. And unfortunately for Foynes and El Nabi, he's gone to the tail end of the field. He is the last car running at the moment in 39th spot. In the meantime, two OPR entries in the field. Currently sitting 28th and 29th, Dylan Shepard and Reece Wakefield on board for those two. We'll see what they're capable of. Andre Heimgartner's on board for car 027. At the moment, Russell Pepperell's his co-driver as well. Dan Yeaman on board car number 18 as well, cutting his way back through the field. They restarted that last restart about 37th, 36th, 37th. They're all the way up to 23rd at this point in time. Anyone you want to have a look in on at the moment, Sam, man?
No, I'm happy for people who are playing along at home. I've actually got Scotty trying to... He's got some feed going to me for the moment, just so we can try and keep you updated on what's happening on track and maybe see if there was any dramas. But I'm happy for you to play director, buddy. And if anyone at home wants an update on their favourite driver, obviously let us know. Don't pay any attention to the timing on the side. But give us a shout out if you want to know where any of your favourite drivers are.
In the meantime, car 56 we're looking at the moment. Seth Brown's got a drive-through penalty. That's just come through from race control.
Ooh.
Contact, car number 56. Damon Woods, pit lane penalty, contact with car 36, Josh Anderson, lap 39, turn 10. So that was from the corner exit a couple laps ago. Remember you said you saw the TTR car backwards, and we said it was Josh Anderson and Foynes and El Nabi. The race control deemed car 56 at fault for it, and they've got to come through the lane now.
Wow. Yeah. Well, there you go. Well, look, at the end of the day, it's not great to get a penalty, but it's still early on enough where they can bounce back from this. So there's a couple of cars in pit lane too that have obviously struggled with damage and everything else. But still plenty of time to bounce back. Not ideal.
In the meantime, rejoins down in 36 for car 56 and some work to do, but still in the race. He's still capable of the speed that's on board for that one. I don't know what more car 56 could have done. Unfortunately, it was just a moment. There's a big lob up the inside, and it's Jada No Jada getting to the rear end of Kobe Williams, which is a damaged race car at the moment.
I was glad he thought better of that because I thought that was going to result in contact. Oh, a little bit of a wiggle. But Kobe Williams, that was in front of him, just got on the power and that thing got sideways.
Have a look at Glenn Postlethwaite starting to range up on these guys as well. Well, he's quick at behind his pocket. He's going to have a crack at Ojeda. Ojeda's also trying to have a track up the inside of Kobe Williams. Hasn't worked for the pair of them, and now they're vulnerable to Ken Latta, who's lurking in the background as well.
Yeah, I thought he was going to stick his nose in there, but thankfully he closed the door. Glenn thought about it, tried to make a move up the inside, but thankfully they all got away with it. Now look at this run that he's got down the front straight away.
Well, for the meantime, ladies and gentlemen, Jay is continuing to work away at the background. If the feed does drop, we'll try and get it back up as much as possible.
Latta just sideways on exit there. And a move up the inside, or a little bit of contact. That was the Lobs car. That's Jaden. Was that Jaden O'Jada?
It was indeed Jaden O'Jada. I can tell you Marcelo Rivera's just left the server. So, day might be done for car number 21. Because they had damage as well as the spin, unfortunately for them. Yeah, Ethan Grigolt's done as well, car 21. The Evolution Racing team entry is done for the day. There'll be no points the first time of asking. They just might become win it or bin it car for the next couple rounds of the Endurance Cup. It's just not gone Rivera's way this year.
What are we like, 43 at the moment? It's Griffin Gardner leading over Emily Jones, Job Stewart in third. Looks like he's got a little bit of real estate over Emily Jones too at this stage.
Yeah, Emily's not necessarily been able to go with Griffin Gardner to this point in time. Top five, we'll run them through back again. Griffin Gardner from Emily Jones, Job Stewart, Gianni Lutzu, Will Buchanan, Richard Hampstead, Lachlan Pryke, Jaden Ojeda, Glenn Postlethwaite and Ken Latta, your top 10. If I give you my time, Sam, man, I absolutely would.
Oh, no, mate, that's fine. That's I just feel for everyone at home. Obviously, we're doing the best we can, and yeah, it's still shaping up to be a good race, and still a lot to play out. Lap 44 of 113. And that's the beauty of endurance racing. You just never know. It's not over till the checkered flag falls. We've already seen a little bit of biff and barge. We've seen some people fall out of the race. We've seen some blow motors. Still anyone's race at this stage.
Another penalty coming the way of Ryan Bates for car number 13, which will not have Bates behind the wheel at the moment. It'll be Dylan Shepherd. Contact with car 52. In the meantime, the field is starting to spread out just a little bit. Like we said, we expected that with the co-drivers. Second string drivers is where you start to get a little bit of that pace differential, that spread. The big story we're trying to track for you is Lee Ellis has slid all the way back down to 20th spot at this point in time after leading the race at one point on lap 1. Work to do for Madison down when he climbs back on board that car. But the big factor as well is Geordie Marcon on board car number 94. He's slid all the way back down. Oh, that's a car wide actually. Ooh. Down the hairpin right now. And it was Dan Yeaman in hot on board car number 18. And running wide. That was all of his own doing. Something's just happened to Antal Sabo on board car 222. That was from car 06. Ryan Mueller's on board that one at the moment, trying to get down the inside at the hairpin.
Yep. Fair call. Obviously let the race control mode have a look at it. So we'll see how that plays out. When you get caught in a situation like that, just let calmer heads prevail and it's almost head down, bum up, and just try to put it behind you, because as frustrated as it might be, you're only sort of hurting yourself if you get caught up in it and let it get to you. You can't change the outcome, so it's good when drivers can just sort of make mention of it and then just push on.
Ben Ladder's been a driver in this series that's been registered for co-drives. He's been in the series, I think, once or twice, but he's also been a stable co-driver over the last couple of years. Again, beyond the age of 40 for Ken Ladder, mainstay up in the top split of V8 veterans. But at the moment, not only has he just elevated car number 990, partnering with Dylan Rudd in this one, all the way up and inside of the top 10, he's also matching with those guys at the moment. It's the car 990, and Ken Ladder's doing a phenomenal job as a co-driver at the moment.
There's no shortage of talent in the old vet series, I tell you. It's a brilliant series, and plenty of, we see plenty of names come from it, and it's really good to see.
Emily Jones was just a fraction faster than Griffin Gardner on that last lap, about 600ths of a second. So, fastest car in the field at the moment. Car number 51.
At their long car pace, or their long race pace. That's probably where it's at.
Lap 10 in the stint looks like is just where car 51 seems to switch on. The Trans-Tasman guys. Tell you what, Richard Hampstead's not doing a half bad job at the moment, sitting 6th. Is this an omen to come of all the endurance races? Well, think about this for Bathurst. I'm looking up and down the field and I'm sort of sitting there and going, this is probably the weakest in terms of co-drivers I think we've seen over the last couple of years. And, obviously the strength of co-drivers we've had. But look at the disparity in the field. The last couple of years we've been blessed with a lot of big names that are eligible to make the series on their own right. To be co-drivers, we're not seeing that strength this year, which has actually made the racing probably better.
Yeah, and it will fluctuate a little bit. Obviously, there's some names that aren't racing tonight that will be back for Sandown or whether it be Mount Panorama. So, but yeah, you're right. It's always interesting come co-driver season about who's going to be put where. And it's one of those catch-22s, isn't it? You think you've got some of the best drivers and you might have a 4-car field or something, and it's like, oh, who do we team up with?
Jordan Ross is on board car number 72 at the moment. He's sitting at a 13th spot, some would say unlucky. But attempting to do something about it at the moment. That's definitely the best that car 72's run thus far today. So they're right amongst it. I think that is the best place Synergy Sim racing car as well. No, my apologies. WKMP Sim Sports / Synergy Sim Racing entry of Blake Warboys and Glenn Postlethwaite sits inside the top 10 and 9. So again, another strong rounded combination. There's been a fair bit of support for Will Buchanan at the moment as well. Very, very unlucky to miss out on making the series, but he was one of those drivers that lurked around that qualification level. Bucky, as he's known to his friends, sits 5th at the moment and is doing a mega job for James Scott.
That's the beauty of the qual series, is that, you know, unfortunately there are some really great drivers that miss out that have to try and qualify each year. But I know a lot of the teams will watch that qualifying series and have a bit of pen and paper out and maybe jot down a few names that they see in press. And even if they don't make the field, they're like, well, beauty, they could definitely take up a brilliant co-driver role. And it's almost like a breeding ground of new talent.
Well, for the moment, ladies and gentlemen, I can let you guys know in the background that we're still working away at a solution, and we might be coming to the point of we're right on the precipice of a restart in the near future. So if we drop out momentarily, all I can say is reboot your stream channels. For everyone watching along, wherever you are watching, refresh the page that you're on. Go back to the title page. If you're over on Facebook and you're on the Australian Sim Racing Group's pages, go back to the main page and reopen the streams again. Give us a little bit of time and there'll be a fresh feed up in everywhere that we are actually streaming. No matter where you're watching, if that's on YouTube, refresh the channel that you'll be on. And we're not there yet. We will be looking to do that. Wait for the streams to go down before you do so. But that's what we're trying to prep to do at the same time. What I'm just hearing in the background, the first time I've heard Jay's voice in a very long time, so he's still okay. Hasn't burnt to the ground as of yet, but he said it should be the same stream. We should stay where we are. So just wait. If the stream gets better, all good. Everyone's a beneficiary. The Sandman doesn't want to be a steward, and he also doesn't want to be the technical guru, is what I've learned from tonight.
Max, if you wanted technology from me, you might have an old transistor radio and a black and white TV, who knows, but no, well, you know, we try our best. That's how I started to get the G-Hub going, so, you know, we're starting to pull a little bit of technology there, but, oh, was that drama? There's a spin and some drama back there coming on the front straightaway. Who was that? Did they spin? They must have gone. Oh,
It's car 94! It's car 94!
Wow.
Shooting right on! There's been contact with Jackson Dial on board a car 061 for the Project's 36 entry. And I don't know who's going to be at fault at that one, but Macron got rotated and he didn't get his foot across to the brake in time, and the rear end of car 94 went into the barriers. Phil Sell will have damage when he gets on board of that car, and car 94 of the cars that are running is now the last car on the road.
And I think car 18 has just had drama as well. So we're going to take a short break here. We're going to try and fix these feeds. So stand by and we'll go for a reset.
opportunity that lurks in the midst. The front group of cars have elected to stay out. So at the moment, I can tell you that Ian Zhu, who sits 7th spot for car 43 alongside of Josh Horton, forward, have all stayed out, 7 cars. Everybody else has come in. Now the thing will be, you can clear your co-driver here in about 6 or so laps. So for the guys that stayed out, they'll be able to dive into the pit lane, but they will be off cycle. The strength for them is that they're good to get home on that strategy from there. The problem being the guys that have to pit or have just done their pit stop will not have enough room in the tank. A driver swap's about 25 seconds. That is, I think, about half a fuel tank. We're going to need to wait on them another 10 or 15 laps of having co-drivers in the car. That is a big risk.
Yeah, I do love that there's a little bit of strategy that's having to play out here. You know, rolling the dice and whether you stay out and pit. So beautiful to see. And it's going to be interesting in the dying stages of how this all plays out.
Update on car 51, they've done their driver swap. Rehan Leonage back behind the wheels. So Emily Jones did a short stint. They are probably going to swap drivers at both of the pit stops home. And good news, we've got a replay to come our way. We've got a fair few replays that we're going to try and take a whack out. So at this point in time, this will be the replay of what happened to car number 94 and Jordy Marcon behind the wheel of car number 94.
This was the contact, and you'll see it awkwardly gets speared off the racetrack right across the nose there and makes contact with the tyre barrier right there. So unfortunately just a little bit of damage to the back of the 94. That could have been a lot worse, but that's the track position that they lost. Might see just the damage to the rear. Just a little bit.
A couple of logos a little bit mixed up. It's still rolling at this point in time. But yeah, we've got 7 cars on an alternate strategy. Will Buchanan is the lead of the cars that are on that fresh tyre strategy. The problem being, they may be reasonably quick for the next little while. By the way, their pit stop was about 3 seconds shorter than Rehan Leonage. So even the drivers that did just pit, that wasn't enough time to get a driver swap done. By the way, that wasn't enough fuel required to get a driver swap done. We'll be going back green flag at the end of this lap, Sandman, and a lot still to come. And the critical factor is co-drivers not clear. Now, we had a similar situation last year, but the safety car come about 2 laps later. Guess what? All the Lobs cars pit to clear their co-drivers out of the car and run their main game drivers to the end. They started about 20th on that occasion. Phillip Island, 2 years in a row, strategy, the numbers, and maximum stint length and minimum co-driver times, the critical factor.
Yeah, and the thing that I hope that they, obviously, the drivers are paying attention to, but the teams are in their ears too, that there's obviously different people on different tyre strategies. So these, you know, like you said, the top 7 have stayed out, so everyone behind them have got fresh tyres. So they're going to have that speed advantage over that top 7. So they need to be smart and obviously just keep that in the back of their mind that they're going to have that tyre grip difference out of the corners.
Well, this is going to be a fun one, ladies and gents. We are forming ourselves up for a restart. We are on lap 55. For the bulk of the field, they're about 5 laps away of clearing co-driver laps. Get them out of the car. For 7 cars at the pointy end of the field, that is their goal. That is what they're going to try and do. They're about halfway through a fuel tank at this point in time as well. Will they run maybe 10, 15 laps before they do a swap over? How much of a difference is there going to be on fresh tyres compared to the old rubber?
Look at the build-up just on the exit there, the outside of that turn, all the marbles there that the drivers have to contend with. So that's becoming a factor here, like 55 and 130.
Not going to be going green. It'll be one more lap on a safety car. Righto. Doesn't this spice things up just a little bit? No, sorry, my apologies. I didn't lie. Really, really interesting. Do you remember car number 92 and the amount of damage it had back at the start end of the race? Guess where it's sitting in the moment? 6th spot.
See? I think I might have said it. Doesn't matter where your driver is. It could be leading the race or it could be last. It could be having dramas. You just never know how it's going to play out. But at the moment, he's 6th. We'll take that and run with it. And while we've got a moment, and a big shout out to Jay, working frantically behind the scenes to get our pictures back. Massive shout out. Awesome job, Jay. It's never easy when things go pear-shaped, especially with technology and trying to keep the stream alive. So well done in the background, mate. And to be honest, you haven't missed too much at home. We've brought you up to speed with the dramas of Car 94, but other than that, everyone was basically cycling through. And now the beauty is the stream's fixed and we get to see a great finish to this Phillip Island Enduro.
You know what was a great quote? I think it was last year's, the 2025 Coke 600. And it was the crew chief of Kyle Larson. He basically pulled his driver aside at the halfway point of the race, which is basically where we are at this point in time. He said, mate, we've been terrible today. We've been at the front of the field, we've been at the back of the field. We've been the worst on the racetrack, we've been the worst on pit road. We've had tyres go down. The race has gone terrible. Mate, you've got a lap. At the end of this lap, we're going to be at the halfway point of the race. At that point in time, everyone down here is ready and reset and ready to go. Everyone in pit lane is backing you. The guys in the spotting tower know that you can do it. You're allowed to mope about it for the next lap. At the end of that lap, we're going to go back green, we're going to go racing again, and I'm going to get you to restart the race and the second half of the race. And that's what we have right here. And on that time, on that occasion, Larson went through the field, got to the front, tried to go off in the sunset and win it. Who will grab the opportunity by the horns here tonight in our Logitech G V8 Pro Invitational? Who wants to leave here from Phillip Island and the first 500 kilometers of our endurance campaign with half a hand on the True Force Endurance Cup, Sam, man? There's 7 cars at the pointy end of this thing right now that are on an alternate strategy. Could that play out in their favour?
Just that little bit of replay we see. Oh, that's with the 77. And that was 070 that we saw. So it's happened a fair bit. People aren't giving up the real estate. They don't mind holding their ground if someone's trying to cut across the nose on them. As we go green flag, looks like Griffin Gardner, Job Stewart. They're running and bolting with it now as we come through the final turn and we start finish straight. 57 laps to go.
Buchanan is the lead of the drivers that are on fresh rubber at this point in time. Ian Zhu on board car 43. Co-driver for Josh Horton is the guy that's defending for all his life, for all his money. Emily Jones is looking for every little bit of real estate and overlap at this point in time, running it down into turn number 1. The car 088 just about had the Mustang label imprinted on the rear bumper of car 43 that's had a few imprints on it so far today. The second half, the second 250 kilometres awaits. There is time to go forward, and that time is now. And there's a whole bunch of strategy and a whole bunch of games to be played out in this one. Here comes Rehan Leonage. We'll get to the inside now. Will Buchanan. This isn't the first time we've seen this move today. Have a look at who's ranging up in the background as well. It's Richard Hampstead who's here. He's ready to come playing. He's ready to get the elbows out, and it just about opened the door for him as well.
And we saw from the earlier run that when we were watching Rehan behind the wheel, he had great pace, so he got that move done, and now he's eyeing off. Was he P8 for the moment? So aiming for P7 at this stage, and we've spoken about that tyre difference that people are going to have too.
You can see it when we get up and across the crest at Lukey Heights. All the guys that are on older rubber struggling to keep the thing to the inside. Emily Jones. So Rehan Leonard, I keep thinking Emily's behind the wheel at this point in time. It's really starting to apply an afterburner to the rear bumper of Ian Zhu. Now the tyres will come back to these guys that are ahead at this point in time. But some life has already been extracted from it. Was that a new fastest lap of the race? No, sorry, my apologies. That'll be the timing issues and the restart of it for Griffin Gardner instead of 1:31.556. No, I tell you what, I'm going to take that back. That is a new fastest lap of the race. From a car with old rubber on it. And all of a sudden you take some temperature out of the tyre, what comes back to you? Rehan gets the job done on the run down to turn number 1. Now Ian Zhu is going to be a cork in a bottle. And at some point in time, You've got to try and hang on to the thing, and he chops the nose of Will Buchanan. Buchanan's got to try and hang on to this thing. He's been given a whole host of responsibility for James Scott. Now he gets to the inside. Hemsen's there. He's going to try and follow him through. And Jew took all the world worth of risk, because at this point in time, why not? You're in a funky position. But for Will Buchanan, he had to make some difficult decisions about where he's going to place the car. There's no power. There's no traction for car 43 at the moment. Ojada's going to deal with him. Here comes the 990, and Ken Larner's going to have a go at him as well.
Oh, he's doing absolute the best thing he can do. He's just trying to hold on. He knows he's battling cars around him, but you can see the grip that Jaden Ojeda had as soon as he got back on the throttle, just how Ian was a sitting duck, and especially under brakes, that's obviously going to be there as well. So doing his absolute best to stay out of trouble and just dealing with what he's got at the moment.
And the critical factor for Ian Zhu, 37 laps he's on at the moment. At the conclusion of this one, and then the conclusion of the next one, he can climb from the car, and his job for the day will be done, but he's got to survive. In the meantime, there is a horde of V8 supercars hunting him down with things flat to the floor. In top gear on the run down to turn number 1. Here comes now around the outside for Jordan Ross as well. How often do you see him move on the outside of turn 1? Got the nose there. Will Sapsted's trying to hang on to the thing just ahead of him. They're all going for it, Sandman. My word, we've seen elbows out so far today. I tell you what, someone get the wraps ready down in these garages, because these things are going to have paint from about 5 other different teams swapped amongst them.
It's incredible. Oh, a big dive here up the inside. This is always hold your breath. They've managed to get through there side by side. Oh, we've already seen it. We've already nicknamed it Calamity Corner, because so many people make the dive up the inside under brakes, but they got away with it. And geez, your first field, you just see him sliding backwards, just trying to hold on. Ian's hold as best as he can, but he's basically a sitting duck. He's not doing anything wrong. This is just a grip advantage that the cars have got around him.
Now the thing is, Griffin Gardner's got the lead of this thing, and they're making headway at the moment whilst everyone else is trying to pick off traffic in behind them. Rayhan Leonage, first of the cars. Look at them, look at them. Is it 3 wide? No, you don't. Shepard's into the rear bar of someone. Someone else has been rotated. Tyson Braun catches the clutch, manages to keep the thing rolling. Again, cars will be thinking about pit stops. Now that's teammates side by side. And look at the front end of that car. There is a bit of the bar poking through on board car 215. Well. I'll tell you, I thought it was aggressive. I don't recall an endurance race where these guys have boxed each other as much as tonight. The co-driver's gone in on it.
Yeah, and there's still a long way for this to play out. And you look at the top 3, they've got themselves that little bit of a margin. Looks like Andre Homegartner just hasn't quite got up to speed to run with that top 3. So that's causing a little bit of a bottleneck, and that's taken the pressure off the likes of Gardner and Job Stewart and Gianni, because they know that they don't have to be worried about it. Now, as I say that, Homegartner's been passed. Oh, no, and now Homegartner's got the job. So they're all having a good little tussle back there, and that's what's helping the top 3 run away a little bit.
Problem is, they need to sort of get this figured out, because the rest of the field is coming. And coming at a rate of knots as well. It's worthwhile pointing out that this strategy only works if you can get clear and use some clear track to just buy yourself a little bit of real estate. Once you start slipping, abort. Co-driver laps will be up for the bulk of the field at the conclusion of this lap. They're all ticking 38, 39. Just about done for a large number of them today. That means we've got a lot of opportunity for strategy to start playing its way out. But the thing will be, you will want margin. For car 17, Griffin Gardner, 2 seconds clear at the front. Why would you hit? You got clear track.
Yeah, absolutely. There's no pressure at this stage, so stay out and stretch it for as long as you can, because who knows, you might get another safety car in the next few laps and it might just fall right in their lap.
Something's happened between car 94 and car 77. So remember, these guys were boxing on earlier on in the piece, and here it goes. Huge lunge for car 94. Doesn't get there, but gets into the rear bar of Lee Ellis, and around he goes.
Yeah, stewards will look at that one, absolutely. So it's always tough. Oh, there's a dive up there on the inside too. It's always tough when it's a nose-to-tail incident. It never looks good for the car that was behind. So we'll let the stewards sort that one out. But, geez, hasn't the 94 had a fair share of dramas in the last sort of 15 odd laps?
well, in the last 3 or 4 hours, don't forget as well, the late co-driver swap as well.
Yeah.
So, Fajani Lutsu gets the job done on teammate Job Stewart. And now it'll be all the Eclipse guys at the front. Think about it. And again, I'll come back to a point I made much earlier on. Minimum race time. What it is about is the first car across the line at the end of lap 113. There are a couple ways to stitch that together. There's a couple ways to stitch that together on Tyre Life. But for now, Gardner's doing well. The big question mark now comes from car 51. How much headway can he make? He's ranging up on the back of teammate Andre Heimgartner as well. So there won't be too much fighting going on between them. Car 027 is just looking to improve its position on the day. And the strategy they're on will certainly do that. This is Ian Zhu. Remember, restarted 7th. He's now 21st. And that's what Tyre Life will do to you.
Yep. And now he's got Anderson, who was our whole sitter for tonight. He'll go right around the outside. Obviously, that fresh tyre advantage. Oh, no, there goes Zhu. He's going to hold on to it. Unfortunately, touched. They came together. He got sideways, and as soon as he touched the grass, he was a passenger. Lucky not to loop it round, though. But just contact between him and Anderson on the exit of the corner.
Time to abort. Car 43, it's not worked. They went for something alternate. It's time to get Zhu out of that car. He has done his minimum laps. He's now up to 41 complete, so there'll be no question marks about that one. Oh, there's massive drama! Massive drama! Jamie Dyke, and the other one is Aaron Ball. Oh, look, I'll tell you what, hasn't car 35 been in the wars today?
No doubt we'll catch a replay to find out what happened there.
I reckon.
Yeah, there's because that's off the 5-second penalty after contact with standing review.
Oh, Andrew, please pit, buddy. It's not working. Just get out of there.
That's what he'd be thinking too. Just get me out of here.
I reckon he's about to dive off into the lane because that thing just cannot survive any longer. He had a massive wobble coming out of the second last corner, which meant he was on the right-hand side of the road with pit lanes on the left. And he had to get all the way across there. James Chasnoff was leaning on him as they come out of the last corner. The co-drivers have had a massive impact on racing today. Massive impact. I didn't expect it to be in the format that it has been. What does this look like when we get to Sandown, to Bathurst, though? So this is only the first taste of what we've got available to us.
Oh, the 35 did it all by himself.
He just
looks like he got out on the marbles and got sideways. We touched on the marbles earlier and said just how much you could notice the build-up on the edge of the racetrack, and I think that's exactly what happened.
Gee whiz, 51 laps left to go. More than 200 kilometres. I'm glad whilst we were doing the stream races at reset, I went off and grabbed myself a coffee because I think I needed that energy hit.
Well, here we are waiting for this race to settle down in periods, and it's not really doing it. It's going against the odds, isn't it? Because traditionally, you'll have a bit of it's a dive up the inside.
Again, that's Kobe Williams and Leo Duncan. I was thinking, is it that Eclipse car that's still hanging out there? Sorry, the Vermilion car that was still hanging out waiting for its pit stop, car 43. Please, somebody extracting a Zhu from that car. I don't think he's having a great time of it at the moment. He's going to soldier on for a lot more of the race just yet. They might just be stuck on their strategy at the moment. Will Brown's going to try and get down the inside of Kobe Williams. Job done for car 22.
And just looking up front, looks like Seth Brown, Leonard got past Andre Heimgartner. But Griffin Gardner got that margin, 3.2 seconds. And then the field is starting to bunch up behind him for second, third, fourth, and fifth. So he's running while he's got the chance, which is great to see.
You know what's really interesting? Car 36 have thrown Josh Anderson back behind the wheel. I heard you say it earlier on, and I went, no, before there's no way they go off cycles. They did. You know what they did from the rear end of the field? They're looking to grab track position whilst the co-drivers are still in for Josh Anderson. And they're back up to 21st after being at the rear end of the field. but got to do something else. Got to do something different. When everybody else is zigging and you got no track position, well, you kind of have to zag, don't you?
Absolutely. Yeah, well, if you do what everyone else does, you're going to finish behind them. So roll the dice, see what happens. You know, for the moment, we know he's got pace, and isn't it funny? Motorsport's a funny game where you can grab pole position and you think, you know, tonight's going to be an absolute ripper. And lap one turns to custard. Oh, more rubbish. Oh, my goodness, that could have got a lot worse. I thought the cars were going to touch the grass there and then fire off through the gravel, but they all managed to get away with it.
Oh, no, they didn't. Car 215 got forced beyond the limits of the racetrack, and it was the 53 machine. Kobe Williams was the driver that was using the elbows. I'm going to throw one out to you. I've just seen a penalty come through. Jake Burton, car 35, 10-second penalty for contact with car 215. Now, that feels like a statement we've seen, 4 or 5 times this year in different rounds?
I
don't think we're on each other's Christmas card list.
Well, that last incident, that was absolutely 35. The car just got away from him. So,
well, that's in addition to what we saw from being out in the marbles and the mistake contact with Jamie Dyke. For Aaron Borg, it was a different one on lap 59. So, either way.
Yep, when it rains, it pours, eh?
Drama does continue. The only car that's really fallen back at a rate of knots is that Ian Zhu car. Even Sebastian Vandel has only lost 2 spots to cars that have fresh rubber. For co-driving on board with Rain Campbell, positions gained, of course, again, at the end of the day, for Sebastian Vandel, he's out of sequence in terms of where things are popping out, but they're making hay. But for the rest of the race, they'll be on an alternate strategy, perhaps fresher tyres for a significant period of time. That just might be what the doctor ordered. In the meantime, Griffin Garter is showing why he's won series at the national level in Australia at the moment. 4 seconds clear of his teammate Gianni Lutzu. It's critical. We'll have a look at Rehan Leonard, just 6.4 seconds behind. That is margin, an alternate strategy that they didn't have before. And you just wonder, we're on lap 30 of the stint since these cars that didn't pit under that safety car. They've had 2 safety car interventions during the stint. How much further can they get? I've said 37 laps under green flag conditions. They might make lap 40 on the stint. 40 laps on a set of tyres. Oh, boy.
And obviously a little bit of help there with safety car, but yeah, you're right. But rolling the dice, love to see it. I'll tell you what, there's a little bit of a hornet's nest back here too.
At the moment, Jordan Razzaroli's also back behind the wheel of car 061. Trying to do something a little bit different, get off sequence, get a main game driver back in. Remember Tyson Broad last year at the Adelaide finale, 7th spot. Well, he's the co-driver this year. Unfortunately for him, work commitments as a fly-in, fly-out worker.
Oh, what's happened to Joe Stewart?
Something's just had a... No, Stewart's jumped in the lane, so that'll be Joe Stewart's laps for the day done. Which means that everybody else might be touch and go on fuel. You might start to see people pull off. In fact, there goes one of them, Kobe Williams, onboard car 53. I've just seen jump into the lane. That was a short stop for them. They've cleared their co-driver laps and the hole in the tank. They're coming in. You're about to see co-drivers jump from these cars for the last time today. There's the first of them.
I saw his name plummet down the tiling and I was like, oh no, something happened, but then he's gone straight to pit lane.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Strategy from the island playing a massive, massive part. I'm just trying to find out where that car fell to. This car 12, Matthew Bowler's just come from the pit lane. He's now the last car running. And that sort of gives you a little bit of an understanding. They're about 22 seconds from the rear end of the field. But Bowler is back behind the wheel and will be to the end of the race. 47 laps left to go. They'll slice it up into 2 slices of 2. So it'll be 24 laps to a stint to the end. They can really lean on the tyre there. That's not much a tyre saver. They might have even underfueled that car, you know. Short splash. only fill it back up to 80, 90 litres. Not all the way up to 133. You'll be a quicker car right the way through.
And, let's not rule out another chance of a safety car too. So who knows how it's all going to play out. But it's not bad. And you're going to see a couple more drivers that have tried that alternate strategy as well. They're still yet to pit, as we see. Field's in.
By the way, it's worthwhile pointing out as Jason Newman's about to climb from the car number 3. Brad Newman and Jason Newman, brothers driving together.
That's cool.
I haven't even spoken about Jason Newman at all today. I noticed the name at one point in the middle of all the broadcast drama. Didn't get an opportunity to bring him up. I was talking to Brad Newman probably about a month or so ago. We were sharing anecdotes about his brother's racing career. He said he loves to get his elbows out, loves to trade a little bit of paint. And Jason was always quicker than Brad when they went racing together in the real world. Well, Brad's quicker than Jason on the sim, so he gets that one back. Car number 94, there's the penalty for that contact that you mentioned earlier on, Sam Man. 5 seconds. Charlie Lutzu's now going to dive into pit lane as well. Just watching Rain Campbell's car, currently still being piloted by Sebastian Vandel. Here comes the pit stops. Have a feel.
Gets interesting. Sorry, mate, cut you off. Go for it.
I was just about to say, have a look at Josh Anderson. I can tell you Forza El Nabi's just done a PC restart. He's just rejoined the session. Adam Briggs has just done the same. It's never a bad idea when you're in an endurance race. You just reset the session. Reset the PC, as Jay's done here tonight. So do some of the drivers. Some of them drive on VR and then spot for their co-driver from a regular PC screen. And then they've got to reset that to VR before they jump back in to go for their drive. But have a feeling for Forza El Nabi. I mean, Josh made a mistake with the getaway run down to turn number 1. But both of those guys, and realistically, when you talk about Josh Anderson and Forza El Nabi, they're clinical. That's not been them today.
Yeah, but it wasn't really a mistake too. Unfortunately, he just got caught 3 wide, and it was just had nowhere to go. So, it probably wasn't obviously the most ideal start, but nevertheless, still time to bounce back. It's just gut wrenching, isn't it? You claim pole and then it disappears for you at lap 1 or turn 1, I should say. It's just it's like a kick in the gut.
Seth Brown now is going to abandon ship as he dives into the pit lane for some fresher rubber for car 56. We'll see what Damon Woods can do when he gets back behind the wheel. The other benefit of going onto this strategy is it'll be main game drivers versus Coes for a while, so there'll be some massive inroads. Everyone is squabbling for whatever track position they possibly can. Co-driver versus co-driver. Those laps are disappearing behind us right now. So if there's an opportunity to get something done, and Will Sapstead will grab one on the run down to turn number 1. Vandel will be the next car on the road. It's a light, agile Mustang ahead of him at the moment, but tyre life is secondhand. Once he gets the foot down for Sebastian Vandel, the thing moves like a rocket in a straight line from all that fuel that's now burned from the cell. But when he steps on the brake pedal down here, Will Sapstead just shows you what a lot better tyre life looks like.
It makes you feel like Superman, doesn't it? When you know you've got that tyre advantage. And you're a sitting duck. You've got nothing to fight with when you know that people around you have just got that tyre grip.
Just think about the championship picture as well. Of that top group, Jaden Ojeda has got a big lump of pressure on him at the moment for car 201. And the reason there's a big lump of pressure is everybody else in that championship picture discussion to now has had a poor day. But herein lies the big old reset that is the final series as well. Big important factor of all of that is that you make the grand finale. That's it. That's all you're looking for. Make it into the top 16. Tick it off. Yeah, there goes Griffin Gardner. Right, I think that'll be Andre Heimgartner's the only one left out there on the alternate strategy at this point in time. No, Vandel's still going to continue on.
Look where our leader is. This is a great effort. Good pairing. Rian Liage, he's done a great job today so far, and just opening that margin up a little bit. And not a bad combo when you put himself and Emily Jones together. They've really done everything right so far, stayed out of trouble, had the pace in the car to make positions when they needed to. This car hasn't led all day, but it's been up the front most of the day, and there or thereabouts, and showing the pace on board at the moment. Good to see.
Something I'll just put to you, Sam, man. 10 laps from now is about lap 26 of this stint. Guess what? Pit stop window to make it home. It'll be about 32 laps to the end. This is a little bit more dramas for car 215, and Tyson Broad's going to get an elbow from Jordan Mazzaroli as he gets passed down into the hairpin. But yeah, so the biggest benefit of the guys that did pit under that safety car is, yes, the co-drivers have to do more driving, but that gets you to the strategy window to get you home.
You know, he's going to pull it up. Oh. He's doing a good job. Sorry, almost starting to choke here. I was just watching Ando. He was all sorts of crossed up. Had a moment. Look at him, so keen to get back on the power. And he's got pace now here at the moment. This Mustang is hooked up. He's going to go the outside of Postle Plate.
Aussie didn't make that one difficult at all. And he's just looking to look after the thing in car 63 at this point in time. Knows that Blake Warboys is currently pointing his way in at the finals. His job is just to keep that car alive. He knows that Ando is very, very quick at the moment. So his job is just to make sure when he hands back over car 63, he hands it back to his main driver. Says, here you go, champion, your job. 10-second penalty for Dan Yeaman on board car 215, looking for an opportunity down the inside of car 52, and that door just closed and Dan's just locked up.
And it's hard, you know, when you commit to your braking zone, just because you can see an accident happen in front of you, you can't push that brake pedal any harder, because you push it any harder, you're going to lock a tyre and probably slide into them any faster than you may hit them anyway. So it's a horrible feeling when you know you've overcommitted and you can't pull the car up. So
particularly from the
unfortunately,
left
just
window, into that right-handed hairpin as well, because the only place to go is to the right. You can't really bail left. You know you're tagging someone, and it's just a matter of who.
You know what? Regardless of how your day's going, think of the big picture. We talk about points. The likes of Gillian and Phil Cell, Ryan O'Sullivan. You know, those cars aren't in the top 10 at the moment, and it's a good day to pounce on opportunities of making up some points in this championship. So, I mean, just because they're not inside the top 10 for the moment doesn't mean they're not going to finish there, but it's certainly been interesting and not the form that we expect. We always expect dominance from the Lobs cars, and we haven't quite seen that today.
No, it's been very hit and miss, hasn't it? But again, just about everyone up and down the field's been that way today, which is it's just so weird to see everyone sort of in that same hole. Just having a quick look. Where did Griffin Gardner hand back over to Zach Rattray White? Where did they pop back out? They went quite long with Griff. And the reason for it's a 10-second longer pit stop for Zach Rattray White. It was very, very long at that last stop. The big plus for him is that he's only about, let's say, 7.5 seconds behind Ryan O'Sullivan. Was the first of this group to come to the lane. So he's still in the window, and theoretically he's taken the biggest chunk of fuel that they have to take to the end of the race. So Sebastian Vandel has just had a meatball flag pop up for him at this point in time. And if that's popped up, they are very, very deep on the stint for car number 92. And that says to me that might be a flat tyre. Yeah, have a look at him struggling to pull it up. You reckon it's the right front? I reckon it's the right front.
Just watching the wheel work.
You can hear it. You can literally hear the car, and there is a tyre down for that car. So now he's got to try and survive back around to the pit lane. 38 laps. That's where the tyres went.
It's not doing too bad if it's flat. I mean, there's probably not much left on it, but it's still carrying a lot of speed.
One of the rears, you know. Well, if it was one of the rears, he'd be struggling.
Yeah, I think he's going too fast.
There it goes.
Boy! So you would imagine he'll be straight to pit lane.
I don't imagine there's much left in terms of the fuel mileage left on that car anyway. He'll be in within the next 2 laps. He'll come to pit lane entry here in just a few moments. There it is. Now he's going to pull it up. And I don't imagine he was too aggressive on that line. Yeah, no, he wasn't.
That's safe. It's a lonely feeling when you come off the racetrack and everyone's still at full speed and you're trundling down pit lane.
40 laps into the race from there. So the pit lane window to get home opens up in about 3 laps.
Yeah, and that's what everyone's doing. Everyone works these races backwards and works out when they can make their final pit stop. If opportunities arise with safety cars or whatever the case may be. With the likes of Rehan and that, they know that they've still got decent tyres on them for the moment. So they'll run with it for a little while.
How good has car 51's day been so far? A lot of laps led. Lot of laps led.
Yeah, it's been faultless so far. And let's just hope we just didn't do the old commentator's curse because...
I was about to say, what have you done?
Yeah, I'll blame you because you brought up talking about 51. But look, yeah, you can't fault them at the moment. They've done a brilliant job. And Rehan has definitely flown the flag and done everything right for his step, as you see Andre Heimgartner in the lane. And this will be a driver swap. Yes, it will. So when the cars disappear like that, that's our version of driver out, driver in.
Just looking at that, he went 40 laps on the field with 2 safety car periods. Now, the problem is, it's 39 laps to home, but Andre Heimgartner did not have a meatball flag pop up. And again, we said TTR's tyre life was supreme. They really come alive from about halfway, well, a bit shy of halfway, they evened up, and then beyond halfway into the stint, they were just the quickest cars on track. And that matches to what we just saw compared to Sebastian Vandel for Rain Campbell's car. So they actually might try and get that car home from there. It'll be a big ask on tyres and a big ask on fuel, but it isn't impossible. Alternatively, you split it in half.
Just looking at the time, so last time round, Rehan, fastest car so far on track, 32.8. Hempstead 32.9. Will Buchanan in third, 33.3. 33.3 for Jaden Ojeda. And then Thomas Freeman in the 32.9s as well. So,
And Josh Anderson, 32.9. Jordy Marcon in a world of trouble. He's been going backwards for car 94, but might be coming to the pit lane at the end of this lap because they, again, will be able to get home. It's just whether or not the tyres will get there.
is that Jordan Ross is in the lane as well. Glenn Postlethwaite.
And the tricky factor for a lot of these guys will be there is opportunity now. For the guys that are going to have to do another pit stop, they just go hard. They know that they just wear those tyres down to the cords. But that's freeing in a way because you know you don't have to save. You don't. It's a big question mark when you have to save tyres sometimes because if you have a feeling your tyres are bad, the life is poor from the car, you go into it just going, I don't know. It's a big ask of the tyre. But when you know that you are not going to get the car and the tyre down to such a low point in time. You can just go, right, we don't have to save. We just got to press on and show what we're all about. Everybody else will have to save just a little bit of tyre, a little bit of right front. They'll be lifting coast, and that creates overtaking opportunities. And those guys have already made those second to last stops. Talking about car 17, talking about car 56. Just gives you that opportunity. Here comes Jason Bentz, who's about to have a crack on the OG Gear replay. Tyson Braun down the inside.
Ooh.
And that, my friend, is a door.
So Jada in the lane. The cars dunking back there. 46 laps to go. This is where it gets interesting. And like you were just touching on, it's a good feeling when you know you don't have to worry about saving. Might be a little bit of team orders here. Yep, so that was a nice move anyway up the inside. But when you've got that opportunity where you're not going to trip over each other, if you know your driver is just that, maybe that little fraction better, it's always handy to swap them round. You can already see just that little bit of margin. But he's managed to open up already, so.
Atlanta knows he's got a job to do, and it's just keep car 990 in good shape, in good position. Car 990's had a lot of penalties today. Will Buchanan, again, cannot say enough about what Will Buchanan has done today. Richard Hampstead's going to dive to the lane, as will Buchanan. Job done for car 088. James Scott's co-driver. He will get back behind the wheel and he will have opportunity. Think about the flexibility that car 51 has. Both of their drivers are about the same pace. It does not matter who you stick in. And they've done that all day long. Start one driver, pit stop swap, pit stop swap. And at the final pit stop that's incoming, it'll be one more driver swap. Rehan Leonage, who leads the way. He's done 47 laps of this race. Well and truly clear of his minimum driving requirements.
You talk about the driver pairing. Emily, don't forget, Emily qualified 5th. She was only a 10th off pole. So, you know, no shortage of pace there, and Emily drove really well throughout today's race so far as well. So, as we see Jack Mahoney rejoin after his pit stop. So it's a good feeling, you know, when you've got a good driver and a good co-driver and the car's good and it's behaving and it's quick and you're in a good position, you've got track position. It's a good feeling. And when it starts to come together, that excitement builds as we get towards the closing stages of the race.
Robbie Gibbs back behind the wheel. Again, just opportunity. We're just lurking at the moment. We're in the middle of all of this strategy play that's going on. Lachlan Capel's just climbed behind the wheel of car 18. That'll be that car through to the end of the race. And remember, this is, again, long, long, long run to the end of the race. The deeper you go right now, the longer that your fresher tyres will, the better your tyres at the back end of the race. It just gives you options, doesn't it?
Yeah. Because you know you can sacrifice a little bit of time on older tyres compared to everyone else if they're out on fresher rubber. You've got that track position, but you know you're going to carry that fresh tyre advantage towards the end of the race. And yeah, knowing that you've got that in your back pocket, it's always a good feeling. As we see Lee Ellis in the 77, who's going to come in and probably hand over back to Madison Down for the final stint. They've had their fair share of dramas too. Madison obviously starting on the outside of the front row.
It'll be frustration for car 77, but not much really you can do about it. It's just either get on with it or don't. Is really your options.
I think the thing that they can take away from today is that the improvement that TTR made, you know, they showed that in qualifying of how strong they were. everything hasn't maybe fallen all together for most of them, but they know that they've got a good package at the moment, and if they can work on that for Sandown and Bathurst, look out.
But just the engineering across the field. When we rolled out the Gen 3 for the first time at the start of last year, everyone knew what the pecking order was.
Yeah.
The pecking order still exists, but it's less defined these days. The gap has closed massively compared to 18 months ago. And that's huge. That's huge for the sport. It's very, very, very important. The car racing's difficult. And the problem with that is the cars and the drivers get closer, and here comes down the inside, and see you later. Jake Maloney gets it done on Ryan O'Sullivan. That's a difference in tyre life as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
And that is the difference between 10-lap older tyres for O'Sullivan versus just bolted on fresh tyres. So, like I said, the big thing is the pecking order. Look, it exists. It is. We're not going to sit here and say it's not there. It definitely is. Yeah. But the margins are close. And I just wonder what we saw at the start of this race. Does that say to you, Sam, a little bit of, well, now we have to trade a lot more paint than we used to because there's so fine margins between us. It's now how you put the race together. And aggression, well, it doesn't always pay off. But you'd rather be on the front foot with a little bit of aggression. Here's going to be an overtake potentially. Damon Woods is on old rubber at this point in time.
That's a bit easy. But you're right, and it's when drivers have that opportunity to, especially at the start of the race. Obviously, all the cars are bunched up. You've got an opportunity. We saw that start that the 94 Phil Cell made. I think he passed 3 or 4 cars or 5 cars or something going into turn 1. Like, he had a great start and a little bit of a concertina effect. So sometimes it's how some people take those opportunities too. Some people cope well under pressure and some people don't. And we know that Jared Philson is brilliant under pressure.
Righto. Drivers who completed their stop. First of them, Jake Maloney on board car 29. Rehan Leonard has gone through for another lap on those tyres. 27 laps into the stint, and pace is still good on board car 51. This lap will be critical for Jake Maloney. What's the pace look like? It's only a couple tenths quicker than Rehan Leonard. But the critical factor for Maloney was it was a very, very short stop. Only 31 seconds spent static. There are cars that have done 40 plus seconds of static time to be added. They are splitting the fuel to the end of the race. What does Leonard's pit stop look like? And that margin, think about how big that margin was. I'm going to go ahead and estimate. I think Emily Jones has to get behind the wheel at car 51. She will. She's only done 31 laps, so she will be required to do that final stop. So that locks your strategy in for that car.
And we already touched on her pace and her qualifying, so we know she's quick too. So that's such a good problem to have, isn't it? When you see like which driver you're going to put in, doesn't matter. They're both quick.
How about this, by the way, for car 51? 51 laps for Rehan Leonard. If he does 5 more laps on that set of tyres, that'll have split that race perfectly in half between the two of them.
Yep, and that's the beauty of having a great co-driver. So
curious to see how Forzan goes. Again, he wanted the opportunity. Well, now you're going to get it. You're going to be put out there against the best in the country. And again, Forzan capable. We've seen him in this series over years. He's been one of the stronger enduro pairings in years gone by with the Logitech G V8 Pro Invitational. But for now, he's sat static. Anderson did some overtaking, had to do some work when they were on the back foot. And now Forzan's just going to try and hang on to the thing and bring it home. And I tell you what, they're going to pop back out somewhere inside of that 10th to 20th spot margin. So there'll be some capability for car 36 to the end.
Going up the inside. Nice. The inside of bowler. So Gillian now eyes forward.
What's the next opportunity look like for him? O'Sullivan's about 3.5 seconds down the road. Stenberg gets the job done. Again, his race pace for car 47 has been good today. In that first stint, it was all the main game drivers. They were very, very quick. About halfway through the stint, they'd worked their way up a fair way, and they were still on the front foot. And then we got all this strategy hullabaloo. Jason Bent's on board car 017. Started from the rear end of the field today. The last row all the way back in 40th spot. Up to fourth.
Good. Up
Stop to come.
36 positions at the moment.
Mate, just throw the red flag. Just check it out. And we'll make points.
Yeah, that'll do.
They still owe us one more pit stop, by the way, for this car.
But still, that's still a good effort.
Sapsted's getting aggressive down the inside for car 81 as well. Just thinking, are they a little bit out of sequence? No, they're 5 laps into their run, so that's legitimately where Will Sapsted is. They've got a pit stop to come for that car. They're out of sequence. There's no way car 81 gets to the end of the race. They still owe us about 20 seconds worth of fuel. At least stop. So somebody's muffed the calculator there for car 81.
There's how many drivers out there just praying for a safety car right now, just to mix things up a bit.
How good was the pace on the tyres after a 10-lap run? And then a safety car. Our fastest lap of the race was from car 17 on a safety car restart. And those tyres were about 15 laps old at that point in time too, so they'd had some life scrapped out of them.
It's always a favourite of Jay Kennedy's and myself when we see Robbie Gibbs on screen, car 31. It was the only bad thing about racing with Kennedy is that we always used to fight over the number. Both big fans of number 31.
What's in it for you two? What's the reasoning behind that?
Well, for me, it was the very first number that I was ever given in sim racing. So I joined sim racing back in the R-Factor days, and I got a drive with Team Bundy, it was called back then, and I was given a paint job and a number, and that was the number I was given, number 31. So,
and Jay Kennedy's going to punch his story away into my ear here in a few moments.
He might be typing. He's typing away.
He just said it's a very, very long story, so we might save that one for after hours on the stream. We'll see. We'll see if we can squeeze it in, Jay. There might not be enough time left. In the meantime, Matty Bowler is starting to range up. I tell you what, he's on older tyres too as Bowler. 17 laps into the run for car number 12, so that Eclipse car's still punchy. James Scott, look at him lurking up in the background as well.
Oh, so Rehan's in, swapped over for Emily. So we're going to
29 laps to the end, short, very, very short run. Car 51 feels very confident in their pace. Is that what that says to me?
Yeah, I wonder if they were just worried about everyone else around them on fresher tyres. So we see Maloney coming onto the front straight away. Emily's underway. You can see she's already rejoined the racetrack.
Gone. See you later.
So she's got margin, and she's got a fresher set of tyres at the moment.
6-lap fresher tyres for Emily Jones over Jake Maloney. At the moment, pretty massive margin, you've got to say.
Oh, is he going to dive up the inside? Yes, he will. I know Emily would have liked Jake to hold upright a little bit there as well, as much as he could, but...
That's curious there, man. That's very, very curious, because that's Ryan O'Sullivan, 10-lap older tyres, and he's just gone sailing by Jake Maloney like he was standing still.
What lap did Jake, I'm trying to think, what lap Jake pitted?
Only about 6 laps ago. The pace on that Eclipse car is really, really good. And again, we've said the Trans-Tasman cars are probably the best on the long life tyres so far today.
Yeah. I think we saw after about 10 laps, that's when those TTR cars came alive. So
Alternatively, I'll throw something different at you. Is that Jake Maloney just being a little bit conservative on the tyre, knowing he's got to get that thing home?
yeah.
And I reckon Sully's got another stop to make. And he's just like, right, we've done our tyre conserving for this stint, if now push hard. And again, this is where he just pins the ears back to his
If Sullivan has to pit, then absolutely. Then Maloney's not going to worry about Ryan at all. So
this one's not quite done yet. 7 or 8 cars still with one more stop to come our way.
And you would imagine that if we happen to get a late safety car, even that these couple of drivers that don't need to make any more stops, you'd probably see the entire field maybe pit for tyres, just so they can go hard at it.
I don't know they will. It depends. It really, really does depend. Car 51 won't pit again. Absolutely will not pit again. There's no point. They've got reasonably fresh rubber on them. They're just going to conserve them. They're not going to go hard on these tyres. They're just going to cover off what they need to cover off. It's not much. Here's Forza Den Larby making moves on makedown tyres. Job done for car 36. Again, just eking back out what they've lost throughout the day. And that was on Blake Warboys. Again, car 36 fresh tyres to the end of the race as well, relative to the bulk of cars around them. They were one of the last pitters on that cycle. Like riding a bike, isn't it? Get back behind the wheel. Brian Borg's in to the end. I'll fall off the lead lap, unfortunately, for car 017. Actually, my apologies. I might have that one wrong. My apologies. That was car 017 from P4. They'll stay on the lead lap. We're right up to 28. Completely different race to what, 60 laps ago. Everyone has settled down now.
Yeah. And this is what I expected. I expected this sort of tempo and this sort of calmness, I guess, in the early stages, but it just wasn't that. People were aggressive. People were keen to get the job done and not let the race play out.
Nearly felt a little bit, I've just seen something's just happened to Blake Warboys, and it might have been Luke Rosella got into the rear bumper of it on the way into a braking zone. They've both gotten away with it. I don't think either of them's lost a spot. So I'm sure we'll get a replay, immediately. There you go. How's that for timing?
Calamity corner again. And again, you're on that braking threshold. You can't do anything about it.
Rosella just rolled out of it and let it happen, didn't he?
Yeah. What can you do? You know, it's just like, there's no point trying to snaffle a position that way. So you just wait, let everyone gather themselves up and just push on.
Matthew Bowler's into the lane for his final stop of the day. Again, they'll throw fresh tyres at car 12. Go hard at the end of the race. The 25 laps to the final stint for that car. James Scott will be very happy with the way car 088 has recovered throughout the year. They've struggled, haven't they, the Chiefs Esports Club guys? Think about the journey as well for James. Dylan Rudd is another one there as well. Felt on top of the world at the tail end of 2024. Really, really strong car pace. Was working with Lobs Esports, and then all of a sudden, that's it. Dream's over. They went out. They made something the Chiefs Esports Club. They invited an esports team into the arena last year. And then again, turned a little bit to custard, a little bit to steal the vernacular of you, Sandman. But he's back on top. He's looking pretty reasonable.
And don't forget, Scott qualified P3 tonight too. So the car's got pace. And maybe just everything's starting to come together for him now.
I wonder whether or not how much he's enjoying the partnership with Robbie Gibbs, because Robbie Gibbs likes to be on the spanners and working behind the scenes in in generating extra speed out of these cars. And from everything I've been told about the way he goes about it, Robbie will put together a little bit of a weird setup. It won't be as necessarily straightforward as you think it might be on the tin. Sometimes that's just what you need, isn't it? Just that, give me an idea, try something.
Yeah. I remember a buddy of mine was my crew chief back in the old R Factor days. And we were quite content with our pace. And he said, let me just try something. He goes, don't laugh. He goes, just let me try something. And he threw this weird setup in it, and it was an absolute rocket. So sometimes it pays when you just think outside the square a little bit. And that's how some of these drivers find that pace, is that they just try something. They go back in testing and they'll think about something and they'll throw some crazy setup at it and go, you know what, that actually part worked. We can probably work with that.
And
that's what they need to do.
Therein lies the difference to the guys in the real world. The guys in the real world have to play around the rules of physics, and only the rules of physics. The simulator, it has its quirks at times. The rules of physics apply to a point, and then software takes over. All of it, realistically, it's physics, simulated physics at all points in time, but that comes with quirks. Sometimes math just doesn't math 100% of the time. Sometimes it doesn't apply. Sometimes there's just a random frequency in a spring that just doesn't work, and all of a sudden that spring goes rock hard in the middle of travel if you hit a very specific frequency note with a very specific...
While that's all been happening, looks like car 35's had more drama. Okay, AGP replay. A bit of a sandwich. Oh, a little bit of a tap, and off he goes.
Jackson Dye was the driver behind the wheel.
Jake
Project
can't wait for
this
this
car.
to finish.
He's had enough.
Well, it could be opposite ends of the spectrum, with Jake running how he's running and Emily running and how she's running. Totally different stories tonight.
Rick Kuznetsov's on a 36 lap stick, expecting him in at the end of this lap. Yeah, and indeed, I just said that. There he is, diving into pit lane. How's that for time? Will Sapstead, mate, you're going to have to yield it sometime in the near future for the short, sharp splash that you've done. But Will Sapstead will tick off a metric tonight, and that metric is laps led in a Logitech G V8 Pro Invitational race. There is a very small group of members to that list, and he'll add his name to it. We'll enjoy it for every moment. It might be only one lap. He might pit at the end of the lap. But for now, the only number that counts is the one in laps led column.
Right. It's no easy feat, like you said, so regardless of how it all plays out, we still managed to get the job done. And hats off to the paint scheme too. How good does that look?
But what that will do is hand the race lead over when he finally does pit to car 51. Car 51's nearest opponent, Ryan O'Sullivan, 6 seconds back. O'Sullivan still owes us a pit stop. So what that tells me is that Emily Jones will have 22 more laps. At the conclusion of this one, becomes 21. She'll be counting those down. Rayhan Leonage will be in her ear, counting those down. For the meantime, this is Damon Woods diving down the inside and trying to take one away, and has managed to do so on Bo Albert. Again, another car that still owes us a pit stop. So we watch for car 74. Actually, that might have been, no, sorry, my apologies. Damon Wood does still owe us a pit stop. How long does Sully wait for his final stop as well? It's not doable. 44 laps to a stint home. It just cannot be done. Well, sorry, my apologies. It can be done. It's not going to be done.
It's not going to be fast. Yeah,
no,
so.
no.
But, you know, if they're in a position, you've made your bed, sleep in it, day out, you know, who knows? You might get lucky with a safety car. Who knows? So, you know you're committed to having to make a pit stop anyway, so let it play out.
Well, the thing will be, if you want a tyre overcut, you better make it a big one. But at some point in time, you've got to go, right, there's 20 laps to the end of the race. I've got a 15-lap tyre overcut. That's all I'm going to be able to get. I've got to come into the pits because you're going to need 20 laps on those tyres to eke back every margin that you're required to do. And, you know, don't sit here and just let me say, look, you can do 37 laps at the end of the race on fuel. The next question mark then becomes tyres. There will be some cars in here. Oh, no! Oh, no! Car 36, left front, damage for Forza Elnami. And again, I'm just going to say it again. Oh, he's lost it on his own!
Oh, he's made contact with the tyre barrier. Lucky that didn't get a lot worse for him, but his steering might be plucked. I think that's where the tyre barrier, or the tyre wall.
I was going to say, I think that's the divot. Oh, it's not happy. Did you see that? The car did not want to pitch in there at Lukey Heights. You might be right.
Gutter, the trench.
Yeah. So no tyre bundle there. Nope, but there is an embankment.
Yeah, and that's what's done the damage.
But again, from both of those guys, we know that both drivers on board that car are far more than capable of phenomenal drives. But we've not seen their best stuff with it. Oh, sorry, I'll take that back. We have seen the best of it, Josh Anderson. But it was in the one session that doesn't matter at the end of 500 kilometres. That's qualifying. Qualifying helps. It certainly helps. But there's no point putting it on pole in qualifying and then not stitching the race together.
Yeah, look, you got a bit unlucky because it didn't get the best start, and unfortunately, and then it turned to 3 wide, and he was just on the outside, so it could have got a lot worse. He was lucky to get back on the racetrack, but yeah, it always hurts a little bit when you have such a great quality session and the race just doesn't go to plan.
One of the trickiest things to do at the back end of a long evening like this is stitch a final stint together. Because generally, what we're starting to see at this back end of the race is that the field's strung out, not many people are racing each other. Sometimes one of the worst things that you can do is leading at this point in time. And the reason I say that is Emily Jones has got no one to really measure herself against. It's, right, 19 laps left to go. Right, 18 laps left to go. What do I need to do? Well, you need to just keep driving the thing, driving it pretty accurately, pretty smartly. Doesn't need to be the quickest laps of the race. It needs to be 18, put it on the line, break at the marker. It does not need to be blistering fast. The job's been done to that point in time. And sometimes you get to that marker, if you had a long day at work, the brain might switch off. The fatigue just creeps in. It's a Friday night. It's just after 10:15 p.m. If you're an early starter, 10 p.m. on a Friday night, well, 10 p.m. on a Thursday night, you might be in bed. Your day might be done. You might have switched off. Everyone's got a life. What is that life taken out? Who is going to manage that fatigue to the back end of the race? Perhaps that's a decision, something that's been spoken about. Perhaps that's why Rehan Leonage did the first and the third stints on board that car, is because Emily Jones is up a little bit later. The differences between sim racing and the real world, Sam, it's something that doesn't really get talking about. At the end of the day, a lot of these guys are gamers. They like to get on, they like to have a little bit of fun, and they like to race a little bit deeper into the night. But there is still lives that happen outside of that.
Yep. And also, you do get that little shot of adrenaline when you're leading a race. And, yeah, regardless of what time it may be, you know how much hard work you put in through the week. You know that everything is going to plan as such. So that will perk you up and sit you up in your seat a little bit. So, and the beauty is it's not Emily's first rodeo. And herself and Rehan, they haven't put a foot wrong. And I think the beauty that they've got at the moment is that they have a teammate in Jake Maloney. Obviously, Ryan O'Sullivan still has to pit. But Jake Maloney there, to have a teammate behind you, taking with a little bit of pressure. I think that definitely works in their favour.
Also worthwhile pointing out as well, Emily Jones didn't get into this series. And I'll put an air quote around that. I'll say on merit is that we actually saw Rosella, I think it was, just get the job done there. And Blake Warboys will now have to defend from Brady Myers off of Siberia. Deserves to be here. Does Emily Jones. I think we've seen that today. I think we've proved that today. Will Sapsted's into the pit lane. His final stop of the race. Job done. Ryan O'Sullivan's actually going to come to pit lane this time by. New race leader. Car number 51. As we're talking about her. Effectively just couldn't do the last couple of rounds of the qualifying series. Was hoping that she'd get a winning in. Last year, in 2025, got the first winning in when Brenton Hobson bowled a wide back at Canadian Tire Motorsport Park. Do you remember that moment?
Yes, absolutely.
On the last lap of the race, all Brenton Hobson had to do was just park the car up at the hairpin, turn it around, job done. No, bowled a wide, touched a little bit of the marbles, drifted off the racetrack, and Emily Jones snuck through and did it. This year, couldn't get it done in the qualifying series. Picked up a wild card. Not bothered her at any point in time. Yeah, I agree. Yeah. Has earned her spot here. Has earned her spot in the top 10. And there's been an issue for Blake Warboys. Something's happened to car 63.
Is it going to be direct on here? No? Yes? Oh.
Kind of, sort of.
Yeah, Brady will get pinged for that, unfortunately. Unless he readdresses. No. Yeah, that's a tough one. But going back to
63, it's just gone. You know what? Car 63 just came through and did a fresh set of tyres. Something happened to car 63 in the middle of all that. We might not be done in terms of pit stops to the end, Sandman. I am certain that Blake Warboys, I think so. He just came through and he's on. He's just been through pit lane. He's just come through and stapled an extra set of tyres on. Now, remember when we were talking about not all that long ago, cars having to do beyond 30 laps, and we just weren't sure what that would look like?
interesting.
Has the final roll of the dice been decided yet? No.
Just looking at that totem pole down the left-hand side, I see Jared Philsell 13th, Madison down 14th. So those two cars have had absolute shockers tonight.
Guess what? Somebody else just came to pit lane. Car 222's just come in for a set of tyres. Car 72 has just been through the lane for a set of tyres as well. Those cars did not owe us a pit stop to the end of the race. On fuel. On fuel. Synergy Sim Racing and Vermilion, by those metrics, owe us pit stops. Remember Rain Campbell before? His co-driver, Sebastian Vandel, right rear tyre. I got a message from one of the guys at Vermilion. They said it was a right rear tyre that went down on car 92. Now this is Warboys getting down the inside lock, then Capel. And again, that's a difference in tyres. Were some of these cars only geared to go 30 laps on a stint? They just could not do any longer than that.
Good Lord. Yeah, I know everyone will be crunching the numbers now, just thinking about where they're at. So there's Myers getting that 5-second penalty. We saw that contact with car 63, so we figured that would be the case. Oh, wow. Now it makes me wonder. I want to know what the teams are, what's going through their heads as far as how they think they'll go, whether they're going to make the end.
Well, that's Adam Briggs on car 72. You just saw him fight with car 215. Sam Blacklock is on 17-lap old tyres at this point in time. There's Ryan O'Sullivan, new fastest lap of the day. So we knew the Eclipse cars were going to be quick at the back end because they owed us a pit stop. But were they not the only ones that owed us a pit stop? I reckon Trans-Tasman might be the only set of cars that were confident in their ability to go long. Have a think about Andrew Gilliam to the back end of this one. He's moved up to third now. We started to see those Lobs cars just ail as the stint went on. Jared Philsell, by the way, back to 13th spot from the rear end of the field. So again, that's lurked beneath the water. That's again what we expected from car 94 was that supreme level of pace. I'm just starting to wonder, have a look at the stint numbers. Look at Emily Jones, 15 laps on the stint. Everybody else is 6 or 7 laps longer.
Yeah.
Rosella's on a shorter run. He was looking for a solid run home. There was another car in the pit lane, Hayden Veld in car 53, who's been through the lane. We may not have seen the final stops yet.
Yeah, it's a great graphic to have there, actually, just to give us some sort of indication. And like you said, if Emily Jones had got 7 lap fresher tyres up over their teammate, that's good. But we also know how good the TTR feel like they've been on their tyres too. So maybe they don't have that pressure, but maybe other teams do. So that's going to be very, very interesting.
Emily Jones just had a really, really slow lap. Last lap was a 33.6. And I just wonder, was there some traffic or something? I'm going to go back and have a look at that.
So what looks calm on the surface, it might be brewing underneath. We don't know yet still whether some people might have tyre dramas.
Don't tell me car 51's saving fuel or something.
Yeah, sure.
Sure.
They would have been in a position where they pitted earlier when I think they still could have gone longer. So
I went back and had a look at what I thought was the slow lap, and there was nothing on that lap, but it just wasn't quick. Again, is she just sitting on the tyre?
Maybe. You know, she's got 5 seconds over a teammate. So why abuse the tyre? So if they're thinking that they need to maybe look after it, what's the harm? They've got themselves a nice little margin.
So pace has recovered for Emily Jones back to 32.8, which is about where we expect. Was faster than Jake Maloney on that lap. Gilliam was quicker again, though.
Yeah, 32.7 to a 32.8. So, but the problem that Gilliam has is he's 8 seconds behind. So
it's not going to matter. No, that margin is not up for debate.
Yeah, a tenth a lap.
Is Gilliam extracting from that car what he can now, and then in the last few laps he's just going to block like hell?
Because there's nothing in it. You've got Gilliam, Robbie Gibbs, James Scott on board with Damon Woods. He's looking for a move up the inside here. Oh, turn 1. They both give each other plenty of racing room, but he's going to get the job done.
It's just smart. I think car 11's enough pace in it at this point in time, and that's a fresh rubber, invigorated car 56. Have a look at him. He's looking at Ryan O'Sullivan. It's this car that's next on the road, and O'Sullivan's like, I've got fresh tyres. I'm coming!
Yeah.
Nearly into the back of Andre Youssef, and Sullivan is getting aggressive. He wanted 2 for 1 if he possibly could. He was on the table, and then all of a sudden he's thinking, oh no, what have I done? But he's managed to pull it up. This is going to be an interesting one as well. Stenberg, Philsell. Not a history of blood between these two guys. Philsell's there, cop the whack.
He licked it. He licked that stamp and sent it just straight up the inside.
That was nearly a mirror perfect move compared to what Philsell did to Madison Down earlier on in the piece.
Yeah,
Sullivan clears car number 900. And ladies and gentlemen, grab your paprika, grab your spices, grab some chicken salt, grab whatever you've got available to you. Because this race, I thought we might have been done. With 12 laps left to run, again, just a little bit of something lurking in the water. This is critical for Philsell, by the way. Absolutely critical. Because this is a lot of opportunity for car 51 to go to the points lead. Or, no, sorry, not to the points lead, but perhaps climb to 5th. Gilliam's going to extend the margin. The thing is, it all gets reset when we get to the finals, but there is, for every spot you finish ahead, there is an advantage. If you enter the finals with a championship win, that's a points margin you hold over your rivals. They have to come and overhaul that. Doesn't guarantee you a spot in the grand finale, but it certainly helps. It gives you room for error. Something just happened to Emily Jones again. She just wasn't accurate. 33 flat last time by. 0.2 of a second loss to Jake Maloney. That's okay.
Yeah, she might be just looking over. It's still 5.3 seconds. So
I'm just going to pose that fatigue question again to you.
Yeah, I reckon she's probably just taking it easy, looking after the car. There's no pressure, and especially when you've got a teammate behind you too, that helps.
I understand that, but if you all of a sudden there's a run off track and it gets down to 4 seconds, the heart rate comes up a little bit. Everything comes up a little. I guarantee, I would put money on she's locking it down, and she's just going, "Yep, we've got this under control."
Yeah.
But the commentator in me says, let's add some more spice. The race fan in me says, I just saw a comment. Somebody says I'm a coriander fan. Well, maybe. Is there a bit of coriander out there?
He's commenting tonight. Yeah, no, I think for the moment she's just cruising. I'm so stoked to see how they perform tonight, both of them, herself and Rehan. And for me, I'm stoked a little bit too, because I had a little bit to do with getting Emily to TTR, and yeah, to see her, the way she drives and the way she goes about it, and the clinic that they put on so far tonight, it's been really good. And Rehan, everyone knows how I feel about Rehan. I reckon he's a champion in the making. So they've both just driven so well tonight.
I don't know. And again, I will also put a comment out there. Josh Anderson's left the server. He's done. He's out of here. He's disappeared. Oh. He might be up the back, and there might be a pair of gloves thrown or some frustration vented. Definitely could have done a lot better with his job today. Or again, also could be another guy that's got an early start, got something on tomorrow morning, and could be disappearing from the server. But if there is something I know about that car 36 and Josh Anderson, he wears his heart on his sleeve. If I was him, I'd rather be in the server watching at the moment. And there's no love lost whatsoever between Josh Anderson and Jared Philsell. And at the moment, his car stands in the way of a top 10 potentially for Jared Philsell. And how about Stenny? Will Stenny have something to do in the back of this one? Look at the shark bite out of car 36 as it comes off the scene of the crime where it all went wrong. Just those number of laps to go. El Nabi covers to the middle of the road. Now he's going to pinch a brake and he's going to sail wide. That was a very, very big lock-up, and the defense is done. Now he's in the way for Stenberg. And that was a massive, massive lock-up for car 36. It's a very good thing that flat spots aren't on the sim just yet, but that's a lot of life gone from that front right-hand corner. That man would be on a quick trip to the dentist if that was a real car.
Yeah, and that's just the pressure knowing that Jared Philsell was right there, and Jared's obviously got pace on board too, so that car's wounded. There's a couple of things going against him, and now he's getting sort of swamped. He's got his teammate in Stenberg behind him as well, so...
Well, I'll put something else towards you. Think about all the times this year that we've said that there's been no love lost between car 17 and car 94. Remember back to Road Atlanta when they traded blows in the dying stages of this one. There is no love lost between Lobs Esports and a number of teams in the community. And they're all just about on track next to each other at this point in time. Rattray White has got a championship he wants to think about at the back end of this one. But in the meantime, there's two Trans-Tasman cars on the road just ahead of him. And he'll have to get through Kurt Stenberg. You've got to wake up early to get down the inside of Kurt Stenberg, but Stenberg is trying to apply the afterburner. And by the way, Madison down is the car that you can hear in the rear view of this one. He's resurged back to 15th spot for car 77. So put the lot of them on the road right next to each other. Oh, look at the blocking between the teammates. El Nabi all the way to the inside of the road. That's given Zach Rattray White the ability to don't go around the outside of the hairpin. No way do you do that. Stenberg's still alongside, but when you get to Siberia, you're on the right-hand side of the road. You better be yielding, son. And Rattray White will take that one. Do you reckon his final target is car 94?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, he's now just got himself. That was just a brilliant move. He set himself up, went around the outside, and then had position on the inside, and unfortunately Stenny just had to give up the real estate. So, and it looks like he's going to think about a move up the inside. No, he thought better of it.
Borzown's struggling. He is really, really struggling on board car 36 at the moment. There's been something going on for Brady Myers as well. This will be an overtake for car 22, we're hearing. And again, that's another one of those late trigger pulls that's required to get the job down there. That's P9, which puts Dylan Pereira into 10th at the moment. He's about 10 seconds ahead of this group. So you just don't think with the time we've got left to us that anything's going to come to it. Oh my God! No! Rattray wide! No, they're both off the road! What happened there? I looked away for 2 seconds and they were into each other. There goes Forza, nearly up the other side. That's a track cut.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, it's because he made contact. He tried to pull out from the draft and made contact with Forza, and that darted him off onto the grass, and then they made contact. So that was just a miscalculation, I think. If you ride on board with him, I think you'll see that he made nose-to-tail contact.
There'll be a penalty for that for sure.
Absolutely. Here we go. So watching the replay. He checked up and then just made contact with the rear.
Is that
he check up?
Break early?
Why
compared to everyone else there?
Yeah.
I think he was expecting him to go down the inside and just Rattray White wasn't there, wasn't ready for it.
And then right there, that day goes bad to worse because that's now a cut track. So,
well, yeah, Forza might just call it there. It's just not worked out for car 36.
I'm just surprised of why that car checked up as much as it did and as early as it did.
Mate, grab that steward's hat of yours.
Here we go.
Now I need you to break this one down. That's early. That's very early. That's a brake check.
But look, he's got damage to the front of the car too, so he's obviously not as confident to go in through that right-hander as quick as what everyone else is.
Sure, but that's extremely early.
Yeah. You're lucky on the commentator.
Mate, no, none of that. I want an opinion. Look, I get from a lot of my friends at the moment. I like the way that I go about my commentary is I like to raise both sides of the argument. What I need from you right now, Mr. Sandman Clark, is I need you to make a decision.
Well, to be honest, I'm a bit surprised of how early he jumped on the brake. So
I agree with you. I reckon it's a brake check, and I reckon it's actually Forza at fault there. Because that's not predictable. That's not. And you have a right as a car racing driver. Sorry, you have a safety requirement for everybody else that's around you to be predictable. Not predictable's the wrong term, but there is a term for it. You've got to be reasonable. Something's happened.
Oh, who's that?
That's Blake Warboys. Down in behind the marshal post. And that.
6 laps to go.
Don't tell me we're going to get a safety car with 6 laps to go.
No way. Please not. That should be off. That should be offline enough. Yeah, but that's offline enough. I don't know that that's worthy of a safety car. 6 laps to go in this race. To be honest, it's way out of the racing line.
4-lap shooter. Car has been requested.
It's not dangerous. I think this should be a
Emily Jones will want nothing to do with a safety car. 6 laps from home, somewhere in the realm of 28 Ks. The next time by, it's going to be 24 Ks, actually be 22 Ks to home the next time by. No, it's been cleared. It's been cleared. Emily Jones will remain in the race lead. There'll be no field neutralisation. But could you imagine the nerves?
Yeah, but when you saw where the car was, it was. Do you look at this replay and where the car ends up? There's no real course for needing the safety car, and it's just on the downshift, and there goes the motor. And he's that far around the corner, and he's up against the tyre barrier. So, yeah, well done to the stewards. We didn't need a safety car for that one. So, but boy, it would have made it interesting.
Cast your mind back, what was the year Bathurst had a car parked off the racing line with, 4 or 5 laps left to run, and the stewards just went, we're just going to leave that there and permanent yellow flag that lane at the end of the race. I feel the same way. They might have, in the real world, where it is placed in the corner, it's not in the entry, that car's far enough around the corner. You make a good point with that one. It's well and truly out of the way of the impact zone cars flying through. They would have just left it there, so there's a car parked up well and truly around the exit of the corner, continue on with it.
But have a look at this battle between Maloney, Gilliam, It's still close here, and then Gibbs is still there.
I just want to know. I do just want to know. Was the incident with car 17 reported to race control? What's coming in from Marino Morello? I believe is. No, I think that's a request to have it looked at for the car ahead. Not car 17 reported for dangerous driving. I think it's come in as a request to have a look at the car 36 and the issues that they've had. So the stewards will be looking at it regardless. If I will put it to you this way, if I was on board a car 17, I would have just, let's not report it to the stewards. Let's see if we can get away with it. I mean, why would you want them? Admittedly, it's probably going to go in their favour. But why would you want them? Why would you want to bring attention to it? Yeah. If you don't have to. Yeah. Car 94's all of a sudden being tracked back down. I was just looking at this. Steady's taken 0.6 of a second out of him on that most recent lap. 31 laps on the tyres for Jared Philsell. When he gets home, that'll be about 35 laps in the stint. That car might just have chucked its tyres off a cliff. I can tell you car 61 was extremely slow just ahead of these guys the last time by. Remember, the Synergy Sim Racing outfit's been poor on tyre life today. And again, it's lost a second. I think Philsell's got a tyre going down. You know? He's just lost another 0.6 of a second on that lap. Either he is fuel saving, and I don't think he is. I don't think the fuel number's relevant here. I legitimately think that's a tyre life problem for car 94.
Yeah, possibly. You can see Stenny's right there. And we've already talked up the stocks of TTR's tyre life. Look at him. He's harassing. He's going to go around the outside and make it look easy.
Philsell's got nothing. Absolutely nothing. He's going to get in a little bit hot here and run him wide at the apex. And that's just to check him up. Just take something back apart from him. Right, Philsell got the job back done again. Couldn't carry speed through the sweeper, but that's fine. Got it parked up. Car 81's arrived on the scene as well. And this car pit 12 laps ago. Remember Sapstead? Remember I said that car pit early and it was a short stop? Well, they got back in, they got their extra stop done, and the tyres have come back to life for car 81. They're now back in amongst this one.
He could snuffle 3 cars here.
Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? How good are these tyre races? He's going to get a little bit of an elbow off the track. And then Madison down just gets rotated by Lachlan Brock as well. Stenberg clears a lot of them. Oh, here we go. Yeah, there's a little bit of bar from Zach Rattray White. He just gave him a tap. Now Madison Downs back on the inside. 2x2 into the final quarter. I cannot tell you the last time I saw this. This is the best in the country. Philsell is in trouble. Philsell is struggling, and I reckon it's the right rear that's going down for car 94. In a world of hurt. 3 to go.
Bit and duck now. He's been chuffing up the inside, so he's lost another position, and he's got 3 cars behind him that are ready to snuffle him as well. So
Sullivan's there as well. He's right there in the championship. This is really relevant for championship points. If this is an opportunity for Sullivan to get by Philsell, Philsell is in trouble. Cannot get the throttle down whatsoever. And now they're side by side. 2 guys that do not want to share a little bit of real estate. Rattray White runs into the paint. Runs him, rubs him up. Philsell will return the serve. Downs back down the inside. 3 wide through the hairpin. Here comes David Wood into the equation. No way! No way! 110 completed laps. We're on the 111th circuit, inside of the final 10 kilometers of this damn motor race. And the tyres, Jerez last year, Lobs Esports did not do enough work. How about these guys a third way up the race as well? There's nothing in it for second, third, and fourth as well. They're all fighting. They're all squabbling. Where do you look? Now, Philsell's in a world of hurt. Rattray White's going to get down the inside. Job done. Here comes Damon Wood through as well. Sullivan's there. This could be championship implications for car 74. This brings Ryan O'Sullivan right into that championship picture. This championship, I hope Jay's got points ready to go at the back end of this one. But this is gonna shake it up massively. And Jay just said he doesn't. We'll have to do some math. We'll have to do some finicking, some finagling. Kurt Stenberg's just passed Dylan Pereira. Pereira's also dying on tyre life.
So Philsell, who was looking to get a top 10 finish at one stage, is now back to 17th position.
I can't believe it. I said it earlier on this week. I was looking at some things. When I looked back at her ref last year, Lobs Esports tyre life at the back end, and then they come in and said to us post-race, we actually didn't go beyond 30 laps on the tyres. I said, when I was running an article this week, no, there's no way they do it again. It's happened again. Lobs Esports, phenomenal on the short run, really good car speed, and Phillip Island has challenged them. Dylan Pereira's now had a tyre grenade itself. He is in a world of hurt as well. Here comes the guys on freshies. Lachlan Pryke is coming. Emily Jones is thinking about 4 seconds. She's thinking about 4K's worth of real estate. Emily Jones is going to win this thing. Has she got the fuel? Has she heard a rattle? Is there something that's not working at this point in time? Jared Phil's a mechanical black flag. His tyre's gone as well. No way. No way.
On the last lap, it's Emily Jones over Jake Maloney, Andrew Gilliam, Robbie Gibbs.
You're kidding me. You are absolutely killing me. After 495 kilometers, there are tires falling off of these cars left, right, and center. Have a look at this battle at the moment. This is second, third, and fourth. They are throwing it at each other. One of the last opportunities for a pass to be done. Jacob Maloney is thinking about what it takes to sit second at the end of 500 kilometers from the island. For Andrew Gilliam, he would love to finish second, but he needs to make sure he thinks about the championship picture. He has got to think about that one. Robbie Gibbs is going to send this. Of that, have no doubt whatsoever. He gets to the inside now of Andrew Gilliam. It's covering from Maloney all the way down into the final opportunity to try and get a move done. Round the outside for Robbie Gibbs. He keeps it in there. He's off and onto the grass. Are you kidding me? Emily Jones from the final corner. She will sit. She will celebrate. Her and her teammate Rayhan Leonard. 500 kilometers. What have you guys done? What have you guys done? No. Yes, they damn well did. It is going to be Jake Maloney from Gilliam from Robbie Gibbs. What a finale to that one. Not only do we have tech issues here, we've had tyre issues on the racetrack. Jared Philsella's going to still drag this thing to the finish line in 15th. I didn't think I was going to say that about Car 94 about 4 hours ago.
Well, snuffled a couple of positions back because he was back to 17th at one stage. So it looks like, there's been more drama.
Warren Jones, Christopher Island's in that car.
So he's back in 17th. So he's going to cross. Another car's gone wide. Zach Retro wide. He hasn't made the end. He's dropped a couple of spots. That puts Phil Sell back up another spot. So he'll finish 14th.
What happened?
We're hearing there might have been contact on the last corner.
Gee whiz. And to think so much paint was traded earlier on in the day. Rattray White and Damon Woods working together, have done all day long. And then over a little bit of real estate, leaves the door slightly ajar. Right there. But then it's up and at the crest of the hill, and Damon's got a much better run. He hasn't really covered it. And then look at all the blocking that's going on board ahead. That's Madison Down trying to hang on to his spot. Well, you trust your teammate, don't you? Does he get into him? Oh!
Yes, he does. Oh, man. Yep. Wow, the island really turned it on. What an incredible race. And what a performance from car 51. Emily Jones, Rayhan Leonard, absolutely just blitzed it tonight. And what an amazing effort from that Trans-Tasman outfit.
Can't believe we just said the words. Jared Philistell blew a tyre. Dylan Pereira blew a tyre. But the one that does not matter. And I can tell you, it is being celebrated like you would not believe. There is smoke being thrown everywhere. You are going to see it in just a few moments, ladies and gents. But this is one that is being celebrated to no end. Emily Jones, race winner, Logitech G V8 Pro Invitational. Rayhan Leonard, race winner, Logitech G V8 Pro Invitational. Celebrate everything you possibly can.
This is absolutely awesome. A long time coming for Emily. I'm stoked for her, just absolutely thrilled. And like I said, had a little bit to do with her to come over to TTR when we first saw her racing. She was a privateer as such. And I got in contact with her and said, I reckon, I spoke to Madison Down actually and said, I reckon that she'd be good value over at TTR. And sure enough, we got the job done. And it's just so good. It's really great. Congratulations, Emily and Rehan. What an amazing, amazing job tonight.
What about that race? Just
awesome.
From all the dramas and the issues that we had to deal with, but you said back at the very get-go, just I cannot recall, even in the sprint rounds, right? Even in the 200-kilometer races, we traded so much more paint there tonight than I've seen carry on. Like normally you see paint trading early on and then it settles, but it just didn't at any point in time tonight. It just never ever settled. The fact that there was a three-way squabble and they were all attacking and defending at the end for second, third and fourth was phenomenal. I really love talking about James Scott again because that return to form, he'll be so happy with that. Will Buchanan will be over the moon. They will be on top of the world with P5. But in the meantime, it is celebrated for car 51, for Emily Jones and for Rehan Leonard getting the job done from Phillip Island. Jake Maloney and Richard Hampstead home in P2. They'll be happy with that one. Andrew Gilliam gets the job done for P3. Think about the championship margin, though, with the double points that's on offer for himself and the guy that he crew chiefs in the real world as well. Jada No Jada. He put a lot of weight on his shoulders. They fell a little bit away through the order there, but they just stuck to their guns. They stuck to their plan. Robbie Gibbs, he'll be frustrated with P4. And that's a good feeling to have for Robbie, which is such a big resurgence in form for the Chiefs Esports Club. All four of their cars inside of the top 8. How about that? When was the last time the Chiefs Esports Club took up half of the top 8?
Yeah,
I don't think it's happened. Incredible. Luke Rosella home in 6th, Dylan Rudd, Bo Albert 7th and 8th, Brady Myers, contact on lap 1. Again, I think for car 22, they'll think what they could have done. How about Kurt Stenberg?
How good?
Great tyre life from car 47 today, up and on the wheel, plus 24. You know what? He might be the biggest mover of the day. That's a lot of spots gained for car number 47, you know? Take me through them, Sam, man, because the voice and the oxygen is just about done for my job.
So Lachlan Fike in 11th place over Madison Down. He had his struggles as well too. So to see them to finish 12th position. Damon Woods in 13th. Jared Filsell, lucky to come home in 14th because I tell you what, if that race had been a couple of laps longer, he could have been in a world of hurt because he did have that meatball flag. And if there was another 5 or 10 laps, he would have been in a world of hurt. So P14 for Jared. Brady Sentence in P15. Zach Fracho White, what could have been? He lost a little bit of spots there at the end. Came home in 16th. Dylan Pereira in 17th. Andrew Youssef in 18th. Ryan O'Sullivan 19th. And Matty Bowler rounding out your top 20.
Go ahead, mate.
For it.
Brian Borg home in 21st spot for the wildcard. Not too bad for the Mustang Mods number 017. Jacob O'Reilly will feel like he got boxed about the head, and certainly for car 222, it's had some damage today at times. 027 Russell Pepperell. Adam Briggs home in 24th. Lachlan Capel 25th, and teammate home just behind in 26th spot. Chris Ireland, we saw that car rotated and sitting where it didn't want to sit. 27th. Angus Lawford in 28th, ahead of the two Projects 36 cars from Jackson's Island. 29th. Ryan Bettes home to round out the 30. Take us home there, Sam, man.
So 31st, Joe Chastanoff in 32nd. Jake Burton, boy oh boy, did they have that car 35 had more hits than Elvis tonight. Unfortunately, it's not the night they would have liked. But Brad Newman in 33rd, Rain Campbell in 34th, Daniel Polton in 35th, Forza El Nabi, another one, a night to forget, and that contact obviously down that front straightaway and resulting in a cut track, and they missed out on a lot of positions there in the dying stages. Josh Horton, Hayden Veld, Blake Warboys and Marcel Rivera in 40th. Then we're rounding out the last couple of spots. Billy Mole in 41st, Tom Brewer in 42nd and Thomas McMillan rounding out your 43. But boy, oh boy, did the island turn it on. I told you it's a good place to race for endurance racing.
Yeah, but not so much for tyres. They certainly copped it here tonight, and Emily Jones gave them an absolute treatment after the checkered flag. I wonder how big the celebrations are going to be Well, ladies and gentlemen, let's not wait any longer to find out. Ladies and gentlemen, drivers of car number 51, Emily Jones and Rehan Leonage. Emily, you've gotten it done in the qualifying series before, but tonight is the one that matters. How long are you going to sit down and celebrate and remember this night? And was that a little bit of pace management there at the back end of the race?
Yeah, thank you. I'm pretty stoked for that, to be honest. It's my first ever supercar win that's not in a qualifying series or on, like, I don't know, a Wednesday night official race or something. So I'm pretty happy. And honestly, I felt like Rayan did the hardest stints of the race, to be honest, and just kind of gave it to me in a good cushion with like 6 seconds gap, and I was just managing the gap, to be honest. I wish I could say I was slowing down, but I was just trying to look after my tires if we had a safety car at the end, and I was counting down the laps and freaking out. But yeah, we got there. But yeah, massive thanks to Rayan. He did really, really good.
Rehan, obviously tricky one because it's been a couple of different driver pairings over a long period of time. What's it like driving with Emily in those dying stages? Was there much said? Was there any real communication back and forth between you two? And how much have the nails been bitten down in the last 15 laps there?
Yeah, it's been different, driving with different people, but it's always good. Everything's been going really well. Communication has just been, just making sure we know what we need to do, and just updating what other people around are doing. But yeah, really strong race overall, and I was really hoping for no safety car in the end there, but it all worked out, so that was good.
Emily, like we said, a little bit of luck last year in terms of getting through. Bretton Hobson, Boulder White, and gave you a win and an opportunity in the qualifying series at that point in time. But this one, done on merit here tonight. Just walk us through. When you guys stitched this strategy together, we were talking at a long period of time there. You guys did about 50% of the race each. Was that the plan the whole way through? And how much, so much confidence, obviously, in Rehan. You know what he's capable of in terms of a co-driver role, but to have a co-driver that's so close to your own pace, just confidence all around.
Yeah, like realistically going into this race, I think probably it's worth starting even before tonight. Like, we put a huge amount of work in this week. Just all of the TTR guys have done a really great job building a setup, and honestly, this sounds bad, but we've done more laps this week preparing for Phillip Island than we have for probably every other race combined, is what it feels like. We put in a lot more work on a setup, and I think we all got really comfortable, and I think that makes everything a lot easier. And for Rayan and I, it's like, I don't know, I'm pretty open. Like, I feel like we've got an AA kind of pairing in a lot of ways. Like, I think our pace was pretty much the same. Like, sometimes one of us is faster and then sometimes the other is faster. So realistically, it was just kind of, we don't need to do any tricky stuff to get one driver out of the way early. We can like, we didn't know who was going to finish. For a little bit, I was like, Rayan's going to finish this race. And then it ended up falling the way that I was going to finish the race. And it just kind of opens you up to a lot more options. But that being said, the strategy, it does feel like a bit of a dice roll, like with the strategies, with where the safety cars fall. So we rolled the dice and it ended up okay for us.
Yeah, I'm going to quickly chime in, Scotty. Sorry.
Go ahead.
I just want to say massive congratulations, Emily. I'm stoked for you. Rehan, I always talk your stocks up, but Emily, I was telling the boys during the broadcast that a little bit of help getting you to Trans-Tasman Racing and put out the early feelers, because obviously when you got on the scene, you were very quick, and there was obviously a lot of teams that were after you and trying to get your signature. But when I spoke to Madison, I said, I reckon we need to get Emily on our team, and I'm so stoked for you, and that I was actually here to witness it. I'm absolutely chuffed. So big congratulations to you and Rehan. It's so good.
Oh, thank you. I've already got Jake's just walked in and given me a drink already, so I'm already celebrating, it turns out. 100%. Not to be too sentimental, but I still remember the private message you sent way back, like it was 2017 or something. We're almost a decade at this point. And, I got some messages from some really cool teams, and TTR was, I don't know, I got that message and I was stoked. So thank you for reaching out and adding me to the team, and everyone's really, really cool. I think it's such a friendly bunch of guys to race with, and it's great. And I think we did really good, so I'm really happy.
It's awesome.
The only thing I'm worried about is I hope Jake hasn't got a shoe ready to hand you, because then you're in trouble.
No shoes. I'm safe. Yeah.
Righto, finally the opportunity to thank everyone that certainly makes it possible. I tell you what, Sandman's been sitting up here like a very proud dad, is basically how he sounded for about the last 20 laps or so, and I've had to put up with it. So I'll let you guys go. I'll let you guys celebrate. Who would you like to give a thank you and a shout out to? Emily, we'll start with you.
I forgot to put the livery on the car, so all of the sponsors of DTR and all of the guys for doing amazing work. Lots of good setup work. Even the new drivers coming in, like Will Brown's come in this week, and he's been really kind of pushing the driving style in a different direction as well. Like lots of different opinions, diversity of thought on setup. So thanks to all the guys there, and just a massive thanks to Rayan. Amazing, flawless drive, I think.
And finally, Rayhan, who would you like to give a thank you and a shout out to?
Yeah, I'd like to thank Hybrid Racing Simulations, DHF Tires, Gamma Flare, and all the TTR guys. And obviously, Will came with us and joined us in that as well. And he's, like Emily said, been really big help. And I think helped motivate the team as well. And thank you, Emily, for the really good drive as well. Very happy with that.
Ladies and gentlemen, winners of your Phillip Island 500, car number 51, Emily Jones and Rayhan Leonage. I know there's going to be a lot of celebrations. That'll be a popular win. Go and enjoy.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Righto, we're going to take one step down the rostrum and start having a chat to our second place finishers tonight. Also from Trans Tasman Racing, it is going to be Jake Maloney and Richard Hampstead standing alongside of Sandman.
Boys, congratulations. I'll tell you what, this was a breakout round for Trans Tasman Racing. We saw it in practice and qualifying, and a 1-2 for the podium. Congratulations, guys. Jake, Richard, tell us about your night.
Yeah, thanks, Sam, man. Awesome result for the team. It was really good with the car pace we had. Like, the whole team did a great job with setup, and a big turnaround from where we've been recently. And look, Richard did an amazing job as well as co-driving, and we just called a good race with the strategy. And yeah, really pleased.
And Richard, mate, up the pointy end of the field, no nosebleeds, mate. How good is that?
Yeah, no, it feels really good. Always good to get a podium. Yeah, like Maloney said, I think the team did a really good job with the setup this week. A couple of guys like Russell Pepperell, Brady Myers, Will Brown as well put in a lot of time working on the setups, and I think they did a really good job. So no, it feels good, and Maloney did a really good job, particularly on strategy. I think that strategy call that he made, I think about lap 70 or so, was absolutely the right call, and that was what Emily and Rayhan were on as well. So really happy with that, and yeah, shout out to Emily and Rayhan as well. It's a really awesome result for them and for the team.
Now, Jake, this obviously lifts up the motivation coming into Sandown. We've still got the Sandown 500 and Bathurst 1000, obviously, but it must lift the spirits when you see the whole team perform like we did at Phillip Island tonight. I know everyone didn't get a great result, but to show that speed across the entire team, that must feel good coming into the rest of the rounds.
Absolutely, yeah, it was a big boost of, I think we needed to see some speed after where we've been recently to lift the morale. And look, I love the Enduros. It's so much fun, especially teaming up with Richard. We've done it together so many times now, and yeah, he does an amazing job, and we just team up together so well. And yeah, looking forward to those next two races. It's quite exciting. I think, yeah, hopefully this will kickstart the season for us speed-wise, and yeah, we'll continue the form.
Well, we know it's getting late, and we know you want to go celebrate. So, Jake, we'll start with you if you want to wrap up and thank anyone that might have helped you tonight.
Yeah, just continuing on from what Richard said, with everyone who worked on the team, who worked on the setup. Massive congratulations to Emily and Rayhan. Very excited for them, and so pumped to see them get that result. Yeah, no, that was amazing. And yeah, of course, Simrigs on the car and VRS, and yeah, just thanks to Richard for doing an awesome job.
And the last shout out for you, Richard.
Yep, no, first of all, big thanks to Jake for having me in the car again. Yeah, like he said, we've raced together quite a few years now, so it's always good to get back in with him and to get a good result. So yeah, big thanks to him. Thanks to, like I said, the team who put in a really good effort to make a really great setup this week as well. Thanks to all our teams and sponsors, and just wanted to give a quick shout out to Kurt Stenberg, who I think finished in the top 10, which is an awesome result. He's been feeling pretty crook this week, so yeah, just awesome to see him get a result after what's been a pretty tough week for him.
Well, congratulations, guys. We'll let you go and celebrate, and good luck for the lead up into Sandown, and hopefully we'll talk to you then.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks.
There you go, Scotty. A happy TTR outfit claiming first and second, and I'll hand the reins over to you, and you can catch up with our last step on the podium.
Finally, final podium of the evening. After 500 kilometres, championship leader will extend that margin, but it was not all that easy. Of a driver pairing that's been quite successful, albeit one of them with a helmet on and one of them with a set of headphones on. Andrew Gilliam, how nice is it when you hand it on over to Jaden Ojeda that he's got to listen to what you say about where he's placing the car and everything? And we'll get to Jaden because he gets the right of reply once you say something, mate. So don't say anything too nasty.
Yeah, no, it's honestly an absolute pleasure to race with him. It's so fun, like switching perspectives. I think we can grow together as a duo, doing all this additional racing, and I'm very impressed with how quickly he stepped up because he only started doing laps on Monday because of how busy we've been, and that was his first race in the Chevrolet as well. So yeah, it took a little bit of a beating at the start, just not being used to the car, and then he locked in and drove us back into the top 6 before the end of his second stint, and yeah, the car was mega when the track ripped up at the end, and yeah, honestly, couldn't have gone any better. I'm stoked to come away with a result this good for our first race together.
Jaden, like I said, right, a reply to you, but for you guys, it's been quite a successful partnership. Obviously, GT racing has been going so well. Things are really starting to mesh between the pair of you, but it's a very, very different outset. Normally, you're the guy that's sort of in charge, and he's tinkering away with the spanners and all the other bits and pieces. But this time out, it's a completely different mindset and approach. I mean, how do you find it transitioning back into the simulator?
Yeah, for sure. Like it's we do the GT3 together as well, in World Challenge and the supercars obviously, and it's interesting, like each weekend Gilly and I do with the AMG. Gilly's quite new to, and I've got a lot of experience, so I sort of lead a bit more of the charge of experience, and then when it comes to supercars, it's a bit more 50-50, but for sure, Gilly's got way more experience on that as well. But coming into this series, it's like I was just full rookie to the point of making sure I even had my telemetry file working and just figuring out how to log into the server so I could join the race. So massive props to Gilly. It was a pleasure to share the car with him tonight and just have his guidance because for sure without it I would have been screwed. But no, it was cool. Once I found my feet, it was nice to just settle in and really just lock in. It was definitely more stressful than a normal race, I feel like. It had me on my limits, and then watching Gilly there at the end, it was so stressful. I had my basically hands on my head for the last lap, waiting to see if we could hang on to it. But no, he did awesome.
Jaden, a little bit of a different approach because obviously normally in supercar terminology, it's you handing the car over to somebody else to sort of go at it in the endurance races. And different mindset this time. It's not your car. You're sitting here and the guy that you're sitting alongside of is leading the championship. But part of being a successful race car driver is the ability to deal with pressure. Was that just a completely different challenge tonight? Obviously, you've already walked through all the bringing yourself up to speed in the sim, but the added pressure, did you just shuttle the noise out? Just, I've got a job to do my job.
Yeah, a little bit. I still haven't had that luxury of being the main driver in the endurance season. I've only been a co-driver so far, and obviously, we came close to a Bathurst win with Woody last year before the failure we had. But I understand my role as a co-driver is just to jump in, and biggest thing is obviously no damage and bring the car back straight, and just stay out of incidents, which sort of handed us well tonight, and just chipped away at it and found ourselves in a good spot come the end.
And Gilly, final question to you, mate. Obviously, the margins opened up now tonight, which is a really, really positive step forward. You've led the championship at points in times in the past. You've had big, strong finishes at points, but it's never really been the season that's all come together. I think the biggest thing I'm seeing from you this year is it's round after round after round after round. and you're just locked in and putting results together. I don't think we've seen a major mistake from you thus far in 2026, touch wood. Confidence levels are obviously quite high, but there's a lot of Ks to go before we get to the finals.
Yeah, no, definitely what you said at the end, there's very front of mind. Like I can't get into that, see out the championship, there's absolutely no chance to be reserved in any way, especially with the two more enduros worth double points to go. So I just need to lock in and block all that noise out and just keep executing. I'm feeling really at one with the car. Like I've had my sim, all my settings, all my pedal settings, they haven't been touched for 18 months now, and I feel like I can feel everything that's going on. And when something doesn't go right, I know straight away. Like I get the feedback and I can just hold the thing on the limit really nicely. So and as always, the Lobs team do such a good job, giving the equipment and the opportunity for me to be at the front with their setups as well. But yeah, I think I'm just trying to finally get that last little bit of temp management that Phil's always been so marvelous at achieving. And yeah, I feel like it's really starting to come together now.
Mate, you sent me a video last year with all the success and everything that went on at Bathurst. What's the celebration going to be like tonight? Is it going to be anywhere the same level, or patience? We'll deal with that later.
Let's have a good one at Bathurst. That's all I want to do. No, honestly, like tonight is I'm super satisfied with tonight, and I think it really sets us up as a pairing moving forward for the next two enduros. So yeah, let's see how the Enduro Cup goes before we celebrate too hard.
Ladies and gentlemen, drivers of car number 201, you got championship leaders finishes third place here tonight. Andrew Gilliam, who would you like to thank?
Yeah, just like to thank everyone on the team. Another big effort. The race car was an absolute pleasure to drive, and we had a bit of misfortune with the other team, but definitely doesn't represent the level of effort they've put in and how far we've come developing these setups. So I'm sure the team will bounce back as a whole for the next round. And massive shout out to Juice for putting the time in and his busy schedule to come race with me. Of course, OG Sim Gear, thank you very much for your ongoing support and be on this journey with us. And commentary team, race control, organisers, as always, such a great event to be a part of.
And Jada, obviously it's been fantastic to have you along for the ride, brother. Who would you like to give a shout out and thank you to?
Yeah, obviously a big shout out to Gilly. Brought it all together, and been the master, and I've been his apprentice, and the Lobs team obviously has done amazing work with our setup and all the team sponsors as well.
Congratulations to you both, ladies and gents. Go off and enjoy, celebrate, and just enjoy.
Thanks.
Cheers. Thank you, guys.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, that brings us to the conclusion of the first round of the Logitech G V8 Pro Invitational Series' True Force Endurance Cup. Next time out, it is going to be over the bumps, over the curbs, and around the shortest track and the shortest lap at Sandown International Motor Raceway. Just over a minute of just about full throttle to the floor as much as you possibly can. Pull it up, point it, squeeze it is just about everything that's going to be asked from those cars when we get to Sandown International Raceway on the 17th of July there, Sandman.
Yeah, it's going to be absolute cracker. Big shout out to everyone who took part in tonight, everyone of the fans that's at home and stuck through us with their dramas, and a big shout out to Jay Kennedy who fixed everything behind the scenes. Well done, mate. And mate, bring it on. Can't wait for Sandown. Absolutely pumped.
And for the fans that were actually watching along at home, they got rewarded for their sticking with us and biting through the errors as well, because it obviously wasn't easy to watch along at home. So to everyone who stuck around, thank you. Big shout out to you guys, and I think we really got rewarded with a phenomenal round. Next round for the Porsche Cups, and the next time I'll actually be in action from the driver's seat will be on Wednesday the 15th of July. Not only do we have a double banger here to hit this week in terms of our Endurance Cup, we also got the Porsche action. That will also be in operation next time out in a couple of weeks' time when we go to Circuit Zandvoort. Can the Porsche Cups bounce their way across the curbs, across the bumpy chicanes? That will certainly be a challenge and something that we will all have to solve. It's right rears, though, that will be the next time that we'll be out and sliding right across, no, not the digital tarmac. It's going to be all of the brown stuff. The clay is going to bring us back in action from the ASRG Sprint Car Pro Invitational. Port Royal Speedway is going to give us a massive old challenge. That's what virtual Port Royal looks like in the sim. Will you be here when we go racing next time out? From 8 p.m. on Wednesday the 1st of July. For everyone that's watching along at home, thank you very much for joining us here tonight. 500 kilometers of our 2000 down in terms of our Endurance Cup. We still have finals to get our way towards. The points standings have basically had a shaker taken to them tonight. Where will they all settle in a couple rounds' time? You'll have to tune in from the next round of the Logitech G V8 Pro Invitational. From Sandown, ladies and gents, 500 kilometers. We'll greet you then.